Hello, everybody. Okay, so I wanted to try something different. So I was on my phone last night and playing some Magic, and I've been playing some of these decks that I made, like the Teferi deck and the Izzet deck, and I mean I've had a decent amount of success with my mono green deck, but I was testing all these other decks, and I just I'm like, generally what I do when I'm trying to strategize and build a deck, uh, I'll play test the decks that I'm losing against, and then I'll see how I lose with those decks. How is it that I can lose with a deck that I keep losing to, right? So I'll pay attention to those things. I'll take notes and I'll say, okay, so this card definitely, screws me over. This card, this other card. So I try and pay attention to that, but for whatever reason, I'm just not having a lot of success with the Izzet deck or the Teferi deck or the this worm deck that I made. The only deck that I'm really finding any decent amount of success is my mono green deck, but um, I also feel like it is not as strong against like Izzet decks or Teferi decks. We could play around with that later, but what I wanted to try something different out today. I wanted to do like a standard deck build that reminded me of one of the decks that I used to play with when I was back in my heyday, as I like to put it, which wasn't much of a heyday at all. Um, there was two decks that I really, really enjoyed playing. Um, they were both kind of like control decks, but one of them was more of like a mid-range control, and the other one was more of a five-color control. And so the five-color one was back when Cryptic Command was still legal in Standard, and it played um, Cruel Ultimatum, obviously, and it was just a really smooth operating deck. You knew exactly what you were going to get, and you knew how to respond to everything. It was very clear cut. Where it got complicated was the mirror match. So when you're playing against other five color control decks, that's when um, it starts to get a little bit weird. But what made my five color control deck was it actually wasn't five colors. I cut green from the colors. So what most players played green for was Birds of Paradise, and I cut that out because I felt like I didn't need it. I had a little bit of a different take on it. I also didn't have any Baneslayer Angels at the time, which were really important for that deck. Um, and instead of playing Baneslayer Angels, I ended up playing an Esper card that was very similar in a lot of ways to the Baneslayer Angel, but also had major advantages to it. And so I played that Esper creature instead because it had a couple other abilities, like it had the ability to I think it was something like tapping or untapping something. Maybe it was itself, maybe it was other creatures, but it also had the ability to destroy certain things. I can't remember if it was like destroy an enchantment or destroy a creature or destroy artifact. Maybe it was a combination of those, but it was like a very powerful flying creature that you could do a lot with once it was in play. I also played an Obelisk of Alara, I think, and that was like a five color. Well, it was an artifact that came into play colorless, but you could use one of any of the five colors to do one of five abilities. And so it utilized most of that card. Because I wasn't playing green, I couldn't do all of it. Well, sometimes I could get away with doing some of it because of the lands. During that time, five color control was really popular because of lands that were available. There was the three color lands that were very similar to the recent three color lands wait, did we have three color? Yeah, we recently had some three color lands. It was a little bit similar to that. It's like there was 5 different 3-color lands combinations at the time, and one of them was Esper and one of them was Grixis. And so I played 4 of each of those 3-color lands because that covered the gamut of all of the colors that I was playing. And then the rest of the cards were cards like Reflecting Pool, and the deck, like I said, the deck just worked really smoothly. It was like you play 4 lightning bolts, you play cruel ultimatum, a couple of those. Maybe I don't think you play 4 of those. That's just too many. You only need to play cruel ultimatum once usually, unless you're playing the mirror match. And then usually what happens is you take turns playing cruel ultimatum on each other, and then whoever just sort of like manages to survive all of the different cruel ultimatums. It's a fun match. It's a fun matchup because like even if like you plop down a Baneslayer Angel, like your your Cryptic Command really pulls the deck as well. And then there was like Esper Charms that were really good in the deck that gave you 3 different options of things to play. So it was really like a you choose your options kind of deck, right? Every card that you played was very effective. There was 4 Wraths in it. It was very effective deck that you could just play all of the best cards in that were super effective, and you didn't have mana restrictions because the lands that you played just pretty much ran the gamut, and you didn't have to worry about it. When lands affect the deck abilities or the deck options, you'll really be able to tell. Like right now, I mean, you're looking at like strong decks that I mean, some people are playing 3-color decks right now, but I think the strength of decks currently probably are going to be um, monocolored decks because of snow, and then some other combinations of deck because of pathways. But it's limiting, right? I mean, like pathways are a really great way to disperse your lands, and so you could play 12 pathways in a 3-color deck, and that's most of your land. That's like half of your lands, right? So, um, but nothing close to like a 5-color deck that played, you know, 8 3. Well, in a true 5-color deck, they played probably like 12 3-color lands, 12 of the tri lands, and then they played, Reflecting Pool, and then a bunch of these other lands that could produce mana of any color. And so the Reflecting Pool would copy those, and then you just have every color. Um, anyway, so there was that deck, the 5-color deck that I had a lot of success with. I even got to play against a world championship player with that deck, and that's a story for another time. But later, after that, I took a little break, and then I came back to Magic, and then I got into Khans of Tarkir, and I started playing a Mardu deck that I just loved. What I loved about the Mardu deck was I built it around a very specific card. I can't so bad at like remembering names of things, but it was a red, white, and black card that was very similar to sacrifice. It was very similar to Soul Shatter, and so that's what I kind of want to do is build today. Just kind of build a Soul Shatter deck and see where it takes me. So what was great about this deck, the Mardu deck, was that it had this Doom card of 3 colors that would force your opponent to sacrifice. I think that card was sacrifice or your opponent sacrifices a creature with the greatest power, not the greatest mana. I think that's how it worked. And it was instant speed, and it also dealt 2 damage to the opponent, or they lost 2 life, or I can't remember exactly how the wording was, but it it was very effective in so many ways. Um, it also played wrath spells, so I know that this particular set has some really good Wrath spells, especially like for black. They have the Midnight Meat Hook, which I think is a really great card. So that would be an include for this type of deck. Um, what was kind of neat about the Mardu deck, yeah, there's Midnight Meat Hook. Sorry, why am I saying Midnight Meat Hook? Midnight Meat Train, I think I'm getting confused with the movie. So Meat Hook Massacre is a really great card right now that's being played. Um, yeah, really excellent Wrath effect. It's not a true Wrath card, but let's wait on adding Wrath spells for now until we can really figure out what this deck is going to be doing. Because another one of the cards was the Goblin Rabble Master. At the time, Rabble Master was such an effective goblin. It put goblins into play. It reminded me a lot of this Battlecry goblin. Um, it would automatically put a goblin into play. And the way that the goblin was put into play, it was like at the beginning of combat, it would come into play automatically. And so it was really hard for your opponents to respond to that because, like, this says whenever it attacks. So you have to actually declare him as an attacker. But Goblin Rabble Master, it just happened. It just happened at the beginning of combat. And so whenever you moved into your like I'm going to pass priority to my opponent for after my main phase, because once you've passed the priority to your opponent in your main phase, if they do nothing, it automatically goes to combat, and then they can't respond because that goblin's already coming into play, right? So what they have to do is in your main phase, they have to be able to respond to the goblin coming into play before it comes into play. So if they want to kill Goblin Rabble Master, they have to do it in your main phase. But if they do that in your main phase, then you have a chance to respond to their um, priority. So then you get a chance to do something before it hits combat. So I remember that being like a really weird occurrence, but it made it a big difference because once you move right into your combat, it automatically goes on the stack, and then now whatever they do, if they want to kill the goblin in response to that going on the stack, you still get a goblin in play. So this one's not as cool as Goblin Rabble Master. Goblin Rabble Master costs one more, but this card reminds me a lot of him, and it has, added other abilities too. So I think this would be a great include for this type of deck that I'm trying to make, like a Mardu control. I can't remember if Lightning Bolt was in at the time, but if it was, we probably maybe it wasn't Lightning Bolt, maybe it was actually Shock, or maybe it was Magma Bolt or something. So maybe we'll just include a shock for now, just to see where that takes us. Another thing that was in that deck, and these were very pivotal cards. So there was one that was a 4-cost spell that you could tap it was Convoke, right? You could tap red creatures to help cast the cost for this spell. So obviously Goblin Rabble Master makes a great pair for a card like that, right? It's generating goblin tokens, and then you can tap those tokens. But even better, there was a spell that puts 3 goblin tokens into play, and I think it costs like 3 mana. It was insane. So like as a I think as a sorcery, you cast it and it puts 3 goblins into play, and then you can tap 3 of those goblins to help pay for the cost of this burn spell that dealt 3 damage to any target. So we're looking for, I mean, we're not going to be able to pull that off, but we want some spells that deal like 3 damage to any target, right? This is to target creature or player. It's a good card, but let's see if we can find a better card that can actually deal it to any target. I like Magic Missile, I think. That's a really great any target spell. Um, Royal Eruption's cool because it can deal more than 3 at times, and it goes to any target, but it is sorcery speed. I think what we want is an instant speed removal that could hit any target. Um, Thundering Rebuke, only creatures and planeswalkers. Demon Bolt, only creatures and planeswalkers. But this is nice because you can actually reduce the cost of this one. So that might be a nice little compromise. But let's see. Ingenious Inspiration is great because you learn, so you're drawing cards from it. So Goblin Gathering is similar to putting those tokens into play. So we could think about doing something like Goblin Gathering. Um, let's put it in just as a reminder, just to see. Other goblins get +1. I don't know if I want to make this a goblin deck per se. I just want to make it kind of like a mid-range, kind of control-y. Oh, okay. Relic Robber is really great. So it puts tokens into play that also, you know, like deal damage every turn. And then Reckless Stormseeker, I think this is just a really great card in itself. So I think I should probably include this anyway, and maybe we'll take it out, but it fills the gaps of where I'm missing some cards. Like I've only got 3 of these, and I've only got 2 of these. So I mean, maybe we could play 3 of these to fill the gaps of where those are missing. Because I don't feel like buying cards right now. I just want to test some things out. This is just a for fun test. So Goblin Rabblemaster was like one of the only creatures that I played in that deck, and then I played the puts Goblin tokens into play card. So maybe we can add 4 of those, and then those aren't really helping me cast. They're not helping me cast the burn spell, but maybe there's a way that we can kind of manage to do that. This one's kind of neat because it deals 3 damage to any target. It is an instant speed, and it's reduced cost because when it's night, and since we're playing Reckless Stormseeker, it'll change from day to night occasionally. So I think maybe we add a Reckless Stormseeker, and this isn't a goblin, but it does give things haste, which is really nice. I think Goblin Rabblemaster might have had haste, which made it really great. I can't really remember that well all of the cards. We'll need some more wrath effects, so I'm not sure exactly how we're going to get those, but we'll get there eventually. This is great with like a token deck, right? And since we're putting goblin tokens into play, I think that's pretty cool. I know that there's more token cards. Let's see if we can find them. This is a great card to include. I think I remember there being some man lands in that Mardu deck that I was playing. Um, I think it was like a black-white life gain man land, which was pretty cool. Let's see, what other thing puts tokens into play that I can attack with? This puts a token into play. It's just 1 token, though. It is really nice that it gives them trample, so that I've seen this played on a lot of decks that really take advantage of that. This puts a token into play, but only really once, and then it dies. I know that there was more. Oh, yeah, this one puts 2 1/1 goblin tokens into play, and it only costs 3. It does pump some things, so let's consider putting this card in, because that's kind of neat. You see a pair of goblins. Yeah, let's just put 1 in for now as a reminder card. Still not sure about the shock yet, but I do like that Moonrager Slash. Hopefully, I'll be casting this at night, but we don't have a lot of day and night cards yet in this deck. So another couple of cards. Oh, here's a great Wrath effect to be playing in a red deck. Since we know we're playing red, and you can put the Devil tokens into play. 3 1/1 Devil tokens with haste, so that's really great. That might fill out the Wrath effect. And then create 3 tokens. That's chance though. Seize the Storm, put a token into play. It's just 1 token, but it's pretty cool. It has flashback now. It's expensive. I don't think that would fit in this theme very well. put 2 dwarf tokens into play, I don't think that they would be as effective. Let's see, goblins? Just goblins. So it definitely behooves me to play goblins in this deck, but we are kind of making a couple other things happen also. So that deck played, the Mardu deck played 4 white removal spells. It was Wrath of God, or it was a similar Day of Judgment, one of those two. And then, so that was like a 4-cost Wrath spell, so we're a little bit behind on that, but I imagine that if we played the Mardu mid-range deck against the format right now, it'd probably do pretty well because it was pretty dominant back in the day. It wasn't necessarily the best deck at the time, uh, but it was probably pretty close. I'm sure I saw some Mardu mid-range at the top. I remember eventually it played like some dragons that were really nice. I can't remember. They might have been like a there was a command, Colligan's command, that came out later that really made that deck shine. But I think I played pre Colligan's command. But that would be a really great include. We have access to some commands in the set, I think. Let's see. Oh, there was a card right there that I saw. Hold on. That might be a good include. This guy, Hungry for More. Create a 3/1 black vampire with trample and lifelink and haste. Sacrifice it for 2 mana and then for 3 mana. That seems pretty good. I want to include that since I'm already playing red-black. I want to include that for now, but we'll see if that stays in. I think it's a really great card. So there's some cool vampires. We're kind of split. We're kind of like really going all over the place. This puts a token into play, but I don't think I want to do that. This is a really great dragon to include in a deck like this. You've got a lot of tokens, so let's try putting this in. That would be a 4 of if I was going to include that card. Let's go ahead and get the pathways out of the way because we know we're going to be playing those, and probably, yeah, we're probably definitely going to be playing Haunted Ridge. God of Lies. This is kind of a neat planeswalker to include since it's going to be black-red. So one thing that I remember playing, and this was probably the most pivotal card because it was a 4-drop planeswalker that was Sorin, and he was black-white, as Sorin has known to be. But so it was a Sorin planeswalker that it gave all of your creatures, like one of his abilities was give all of your creatures +1 and lifelink, and I think trample. It was +1 lifelink and something else, and I can't remember what. It might have been trample, it might have been haste, but that with your tokens was just so pivotal because like maybe on turn 4 you might have like lost a bunch of life from your opponent, or maybe you lost a bunch of creatures, but whatever happened to you during that time, once you played Sorin, you could like really turn the game around just by playing him. And his other ability was to put a vampire token into play, and I can't remember what the attributes of the vampire was, but I think it might have been like a yeah, I can't remember what it was, but the idea was that it was another token, and so the deck played very few tokens, but it played, or I mean, it played very few creatures, like solid creatures, but it played enough tokens to get by, I think. And now, so this Planeswalker is nothing like the Sorin Planeswalker that helped with creature tokens. But this has, I think, a lot of value, and it's on color, and it's a great closer. So we could consider putting in, let's add one of those just as a reminder. Let's see here. Prince of Undeath. Enters the battlefield, choose one. Each other creature gets -X, or return X creature cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. That's kind of neat. I think it's a little bit expensive for what it does. it would be great to be able to do all of those things. I don't know that, yeah. It wasn't really a recursion deck. Sacrifice a creature, deal 3 damage to any target. That's pretty cool. Each player discards a card, return a creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. I don't think that that will be, yeah, it wasn't a recursion deck, so this doesn't really fit the theme of what I'm trying to go for. This adds tokens to things if you play treasure tokens to play them. This one deals 3 damage, and you sacrifice it. That player discards a card. That's kind of neat. We could include one of those. I don't know if it might be too expensive to actually pull off. We need some man land, so let's go ahead and put my favorite man land in, which is the Crawling Barrens. So we're going to put a couple of those in. Or I don't think we're going to go snow. We could go snow. We could add, instead of shock, we could do the snow spell, and that might actually be, let's see here. If we look at our snow cards in red and black, what we're seeing is Frostbite, which is a really great card to include, and Blood in the Snow, which is really great. I don't understand this card, why this card is a rare. It's 3 mana, deals 4 damage to only a creature, a planeswalker, but it adds mana to your mana pool. So I just don't know. Like, it's like a free spell, sort of, but it's a sorcery. It just doesn't seem like a great card. But that's the rare, and this is the common, and this one's phenomenal. 3 damage to a permanent if you control 3 or more snow permanents. Oh, it only targets creature or planeswalker as well. That's right. But yeah, shock hits anything. So this deck, I mean, I'm going off of the idea of Mardu midrange, but this deck is nothing like the Mardu midrange deck that I made back in the day. I'm just looking at the themes and seeing like this could make like a really good aggro deck. But what it's missing is that Planeswalker lifelink ability that I really enjoyed. I don't think there's going to be any kind of lifelink ability, or at least not a lot of them in the colors that I've chosen. So we've got Nighthawk Scavenger, Vampire Night. I guess it's Vampire Nighthawk. The very similar card. Let's see, what is this one? When it enters the battlefield or another non-token human you control dies. So this is more of like a human card. Target human you control gains lifelink. That would be a great include if the cards I was playing were human. And there is a way to pull that off. There's that changeling artifact that makes all of your creatures every creature type, which actually would be kind of cool, because this would work for, things like the Storm Seeker. If I could make that work, it would work for this too, right? So the plus ability would work for like a whole bunch of other things if I can make those things, if I could turn them into any creature type. But let's not dive too deep into that. So this one's kind of neat. Sack a creature, each opponent sacks a creature. So that's pretty cool because it's only 4 mana. Hexproof from Planeswalkers, Flying and Lifelink. That's pretty cool. I could see that being pretty useful. So let's add that in there. This one returns non-token creatures, but we're looking at tokens, so this one probably wouldn't be as useful. Here's an artifact that gives things lifelink, but draw X cards when it dies. That's kind of neat. If you do draw X cards, pay X life. X is its power. That's kind of neat, but I think it's a little bit too expensive for what it does. This one also gives lifelink, and it's a lot cheaper, and it has learn. So learning stuff could be really cool in this deck, being able to draw cards. I think that in the Mardu deck, I'm trying to remember anything that really drew us cards in that deck. I don't think that there was hardly anything. I think it was just like you take it nice and slow, and that's what made it a mid-range deck. It didn't have any good card draw, but it had a lot of punch to it, and you were able to um, really utilize. Let's see. This card's kind of interesting. Instant and sorceries have lifelink. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile instant or sorcery card at random from your graveyard. See, that fits the Mardu uh, card type, but it adds white to the deck, and it looks like we're already full of cards even without white. This would be a great include, right? It's a little expensive though. It almost seems absurd not to include the Goldspan Dragon, but I don't know. I mean, if we have the Stormseeker, we can give haste to pretty much anything without having to worry. And then like this one already has haste. So maybe we're kind of doubling up on things that we don't really need to be doubling up on. Like I only played 4 Goblin Rabble Masters in that deck, and I don't think that I played a lot of other creatures. Except for maybe like a dragon or two. It's tough. It's tough to kind of like. So this is not a Angel Berserker, but it's not. What am I trying to say? It's not expensive. It's a 4-drop. Our 5-drops are the Wrath spell. I think we've looked at a lot of the options and found that these are the ones that are going to do us the most good. This one's pretty cool. Sack a creature to draw a card. That's like the dream right there, isn't it? But we're not hardly playing any humans. This would be a great build-around card if we had the cards to support this. Let's look at our color base. So we've got twice as many red cards as we have black cards. Why is that? We're not playing any spot removal. I thought that the Mardu deck that I was playing played a white removal that was like a 1-drop white removal. Maybe it was like a 2-drop. I can't remember. It might have even played some O-rings. So let's look at some good black removal that isn't... Oh, here's another manland that I should include. Right? Sack a creature. That one's kind of neat. We could probably include one of those too. Activate as a sorcery. Each opponent loses where X is the number of creature cards exiled with it. That actually doesn't do anything if I'm sacking tokens, right? Because it doesn't say soul counters. Remove the counters, transform it, and then it says you may exile a creature card from your graveyard. Oh, okay. Oh, so this is different. Okay. Each opponent loses X life. You gain X life, where X is the number of creature cards you exiled with creeping in. Yeah, I don't see it working too well. Maybe we'll test it. We'll just leave it in as a test because, yeah, testing is fine. And you know what? Let's actually put 2 of those in. I played against a deck recently that played 4 of these cards, and it wiped me out, man, because I was like, I actually killed 3 of them with spells. But then he played a 4th one and was able to get me with it, and it's just like, come on. Really gonna keep playing these cards? How did you draw all of them? Excellent removal here, Blood Chief's Thirst. Let's add that. Just 1 for now. It is sorcery speed, so it's not my favorite. This guy does a lot of things, and he only costs 1. Does he do the right things, though? Create treasure tokens, target creature gets plus to power, and creature also gains death touch. That's kind of neat. I don't know that it really matches the style of the deck very well. I mean, treasure tokens are nice to have. It's a nice little ramp, but I don't think that really fits with the theme that we're going for. Going for mid-range control. A lot of plays, a lot of players play Shambling Ghast because it puts treasure tokens into play, but it's also like kind of like a pseudo deals 2 damage to a creature kind of thing because it deals 1 for its power and then it gives it -1 when it dies. Um, it's a pretty useful creature for a lot of reasons that way. Um, Dream Devourer is kind of neat because of the foretelling ability it has, but I don't think we do have a lot of cards that like cost 3 that we could foretell. This one reduces the cost if you turn it to night. We should look at night and day cards just to see if there's anything that showing 2 or less. We may need enchantment removal, but I think that there's better removals in this set or in this format. Maybe I should be typing in destroy. Okay, so Infernal Grasp is probably one of the best ones. Kind of sucks that we have to lose life to do it because there isn't as much life gain in this deck as there was in the other Mardu deck that I played. This one puts tokens into play, which that's kind of neat. We might consider putting that in. I love Scourge of the Skyclaves, but it's not really meant for this deck, I don't think. It's a great card though. This one works well with Berserkers or Elves. There was a card that said every time a creature dies, draw a card, and that costs 3. But that's another creature, and we're supposed to be looking for removal right now. Like good removal. I might have passed some. But you know what? There's still more to look at, especially, yeah, some of these are really good removals up ahead. This kind of works really great in a control deck, but I don't think it works as good in a mid-range deck. I think by the time that you're kicking this spell, you're probably losing. Okay, so Poison the Cup is a very popular card. I see that a lot. I don't know if I like it better than the burn spell that's Foretell. So I don't know about Poison the Cup. Destroy target creature. It just destroys a creature. I think there still might yet be even better removals. Oh, this is the card I was thinking that would go really good with tokens. Draw a card every time a creature dies, and that means your opponent's or yours. It only triggers once per turn, but I think this card has a lot of potential in a token deck like the one I've got because if you're just just putting tokens out, eventually, it's inevitable that they're going to die. So having something like that would be pretty cool. Rise of the Dread Marn puts tokens into play, but you have to have a lot of non-tokens die. So I don't think that, not a removal, obviously. This puts tokens into play. Every time you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, those tokens aren't really like the same thing as like a goblin, but they might as well be. I mean, a 1/1 could be just as scary. So that's a pretty cool card to think about including. It has Menace, which is nice. It has Ward, so it protects itself. That's kind of like an all-star card right there. How many instants and sorceries do we have in the deck? 11 and 12. That's a lot. We might want to think about, that card as putting it in. But again, we're looking for removals. We have Wrath spells, we have this Sack spell, but I don't know if it's going to be enough removal because this, I think that, like, this is the card I was thinking, Aggro Mauling. It does cost less later on, but I think that, what am I thinking? What I like about this card is that you can play it as a land alternatively. So it takes the place of lands, so you can play less lands. But then when it's time to use it to kill a creature, I don't know. Maybe we do have enough removal. I mean, we are certainly playing enough cards. Here's another really great Planeswalker to include. It puts tokens into play, which is nice. But problem here is that it doesn't really do what Sorin did. It doesn't have anything to do with lifelink. There might have been something about drawing cards with Sorin. I can't really remember, but I know because there was his ult, and his ult was really accessible, whereas this guy's ult is not as accessible at all. I think it might have shoot. Yeah, I can't really remember. It's kind of neat to include it. Let's try including it. Are there any red planeswalkers right now? I don't think there's any really good red planeswalkers right now. This is a weird one. Not sure how to make that card work yet. See a lot of this card, but this is a different kind of deck. I mean, it's definitely more control centered. This is kind of a neat card. Sack a creature, player mills 3, and then you can pay a life to spend to cast things from your graveyard. I don't think we have anything that like you can cast from your graveyard in this deck. This is a really cool card. It can just get so big, right? It like you hit once with it, it becomes an 8/8. That's nuts. That is nuts, right? It's crazy. Here's a Wrath spell, but I don't think this is a good Wrath spell. Nothing like the Meat Hook Massacre. If we included white, we could have cards like this because you sacrifice a creature you control in a token deck. That's pretty useful, and then you put a more powerful token into play. But I don't think we want to put white in this deck, even though we're modeling it after a Mardu deck. That's kind of cool, creating or giving tokens +1, but that's expensive. 4 black mana would be too much to include in this deck. Yeah, we're just looking at white-black cards that I think would really fit well in a Mardu-style deck, but I think because we've put so much into red-black, I don't think that having white would really add to the effect of what we're trying to accomplish with this deck, which is kind of like a mid-range, like a mid-range aggro control. Not really any of those except for mid-range. It's just a mid-range deck, I guess. Let's look on MTG Goldfish real quick and see if they have a red-black mid-range deck that they're playing. They have a Grixis control, Dimir control, Rakdos mid-range. That's exactly what we're building right now. So it has 3 bloodthirsty adversaries. That's kind of a neat card. I don't think we have that card. Blood. Let's look up blood. Bloodthirsty. Oh, we do. Okay, so this is a really cool card that they have in the deck. Kalane Reclusive Painter. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was the card that puts the treasure tokens into play, and it gives +1 to creatures you play with treasure tokens. I didn't really think that fit too well in this style of deck. It plays 1 Null Priest of Oblivion. That's a cool card. It does have lifelink, and you can cast things from. You can use it to cast things from your graveyard, but I don't know that it really fits very well in this deck. Vraki, God of Lies, so it plays 2 of those. We could add another one of these just to kind of match the style of this mid-range deck that we're looking at online. Graveyard Trespasser. Oh, that's an interesting card. I don't know why this one's in here, but it's a daybound, nightbound card. Let's look it up. Grave. Oops. Holding the phone with one hand and typing with the other. So where is it? I know I've got it. Grave something. Grave something. Here it is. Graveyard Trespasser. So it plays 4 of these. So this must be a pretty valuable card in this deck. It's funny because it's a 25-cent card. God of Lies is a $15 card, but it's only playing 2 of these. This one's not legendary, but I don't know if that should matter as much. But anyway, it plays 4 of these. Let's take it into consideration, but let's also read the card. God, Go Blank is kind of neat because it exiles cards from a graveyard, but that's not. I don't think that's in this deck. No, it doesn't look like it is. All right, so Graveyard Trespasser, it does play 4 of these. So let's go ahead and add, just to get it closer to that deck, and we can start cutting cards later. Reckless Stormseeker, I am playing 4 of those already. Immerstrom Predator only plays 2 of. Let's go ahead and cut 2 of these. As good as this card is, I think, playing 4 of them might be a little bit too much because we want to stay away from the high end of cards. It doesn't look like we have too many, though. Maybe we'll end up putting 1 more of those in. We'll see. It plays Westgate Regent, which ward, discard a card. It's a vampire. When it deals combat damage to a player, put that many counters on it. Oh yeah, that's that one vampire we saw. Let's look it up again. Westgate, this guy. He's cool. I like him. He's just a solid card by himself. And it only plays 2 of these cards, so we could probably get away with playing 1. Zariel, Planeswalker Zariel, Archduke of Avernus. This is a red Planeswalker that I don't really know much about. We could probably invest in this dude. I don't really have any of him, but let's see. Czar in red. Oh, that's going to show up all wizards. Oh, and plus I also need to not. Okay, so this guy. Creatures get +1 and gain haste. That actually works really well with the deck. Create a 1/1 red devil creature token. When this creature dies, deal damage to any target. I like that. I'm going to go ahead and make that a part of the deck. Online, it looks like it only plays 1 of them, so that's perfect. I really like this. This fits the theme of what we're going for. You get an emblem at the end of the first combat phase on your turn. Untap target creature you control. After this phase, there's additional combat phase. Wow. You know what? That actually reminds me of Soren's alt. I can't remember why. It might be something very similar to like giving an extra combat step. So this could be a really cool include for this deck. Bloodchief's Thirst, it plays 2 of. So we had 1 of those. Let's bump it up to 2. Play with Fire, it plays 3 of. That's pretty surprising. So instead of Shock, Play with Fire, which is actually a better card than Shock, so we should be playing that instead anyway. Let's play with Fire. Oh yeah, way better. So it plays 3 of these. Let's add 3 of these and take away Shock because it does the same thing as Shock, but better. Yeah, just better. This is better than Shock. That's cool. Cathartic Pyre. What is Cathartic Pyre? Oh, it's that card that we skipped over. It does 3 damage to target creature player. It is an instant, and then it also has the option of, let's see here, Cathartic Pyre. So it plays 2 of these. Let's go ahead and include it because it shows included on here. We probably end up getting rid of it because of, in my opinion, I think Moonraker's Slash just got better if we're actually playing these Trespassers. So let's look at Infernal Grasp, which is the next card. So we added, I think, one of those. It plays 3 Infernal Grasps. So let's add more of those just to match the online deck for now. Shatter Skull Smashing. It plays 2 of those. Now that's a great include just by itself. So let's go Smash. Shatter Skull Smashing. So 2 of those. That's a land card. So that's just great to include in any red deck. You could put that just anywhere because it's a land, right? And then Soul Shatter it plays 2 of. I am actually going to leave 4 of them in the deck. That might be a mistake because I mean if this online deck is only playing 2 of them, it might just be a worse card to include. But I'm going to keep 4 in because that really follows the theme of the Mardu, which is what we were trying to accomplish in the first place. All right, so Blightstep Pathway, it plays 4 of those. Oh, it is playing Snow. But we're not going to do that. We're not going to put Snow in because there is a disadvantage to Snow, and that's that white creature / god that makes all of your snowlands come into play tapped. We really don't need that thing messing our game up. So I know it's just 1 card, but it's actually a really popular and well-played card. So there's no reason for us to play Snow. There's nothing in our deck that says we want you to play Snow. So Faceless Haven is not a reason to play Snow, I think. It's not a reason enough when you have access to what I consider a better card as Crawling Barrens. Sure, it costs less to activate, but think about this. In a 2-color deck, you're playing a lot less Snow. So this is harder to activate in a 2-color deck than a 1-color deck. So I think Snow is great in a 1-color deck. We could shift this to a mono red deck. It looks like we've got plenty of red cards in here. How many red cards? 36 red cards. So yeah, we could make this like a mono red deck instead of a black red Rakdos deck and play just the red cards that we've included here. But I think that because if we wanted to play Faceless Haven, but we don't need to play Faceless Haven. We've got the Crawling Barrens. All right. So we've got Haunted Ridge. Okay, so we only have one of those, and I'm not ready to invest in that just yet. Snow-covered mountain, snow-covered swamp, and then sulfurous mine, which is the snow dual land. So if it's playing the snow tap land, if it's playing 3 of those, let's go ahead and look at what other tap land options we have for these colors. So there's the snow one we can go ahead and include. There's the Immerstrom Skullcairn, but that's not a dual. Okay, so if they're playing tap lands, I think it's better to just play a card like Evolving Wilds, which will thin our deck out a little bit. And he's playing 3 of those. Let's go ahead and play 3 Evolving Wilds. We'll play different versions of it. That'll be fun. Okay, and then the sideboard has Duress. We're not actually going to go through and put these cards in. Raise the Effigy, Burning Hands. Nope. Check for traps. Nope. Nope. Cinderclasm. Nope. Skyclave Shade. That's interesting to include for a sideboard card. Orcus, Prince of Undeath. We looked at that before. Burn Down the House is in the sideboard. That's interesting that they put Burn Down the House in the sideboard. Maybe they're thinking that they could carry this deck with just the aggro. Even though it's called a mid-range deck, I think it's because it has so much removal. They call it a mid-range. But without any of those wrath effects, I don't know. Maybe we do play less of the Burn Down the House. Maybe we don't play as many as we played in the Mardu deck. I actually don't remember if I played 4 Day of Judgments in that deck. I think I did. But what was great about that Mardu deck was that you could like really turn the game around really quick. So, and actually I had a specific play style for the Mardu deck that worked better in a best of 3 style play. And I don't think that it really, like, we're making a best of one deck, which is very different. So maybe we need to go more aggro with this than control, because in that Mardu deck, what I was doing was on in the first game, I would play all aggro cards, and then I would just full on aggro, and then in game two, no matter what I was playing against, I would almost put all of my sideboard into the deck, because doing that switched the deck to more of a control deck. So it really threw the opponent off. It was like a different play style, that it's a different strategy than a lot of other players they weren't expecting, because they got, like, in game one, they're like, oh, you're playing Mardu, so they knew what to expect, but it was more aggro than they were hoping for. So whether I won or lost that match, um, they would be like, oh, I'm going to sideboard so that I am playing against a more aggro version of this Mardu deck. So they're sideboarding against an aggro deck, and then when I shift all 15 cards into my Mardu deck and take out the more aggro cards and put in more of the control cards, they're like, wait a minute, what just happened to your deck? You're not playing any of these aggro cards anymore. Or maybe you're just playing very differently, but like they start to see that, like, my mana base starts to go up. My creatures become a little bit harder to get rid of. Um, and your creatures are a lot easier to get rid of. So that was a major advantage of that Mardu deck being so versatile, to because it was both aggro and control. You could play game one as aggro and then game two as full control, and then if you made it to game three, um, hopefully it was because um, of a fluke, and that maybe like you only had one game loss because your aggro version of the deck didn't work. So in game three, you've got this more control version, and that's another thing, is when you switch the deck up like that. Um, Maybe in some cases, I think there was times when I didn't switch the deck up in game two, and I would wait to game three to switch it up, because like I would play the full aggro version of the deck, and I would aggro so hard that I wouldn't even get to know what the opponent was playing. And so, like, I saw their mana base, but that didn't make a difference, because maybe they just scooped, like, oh, I didn't get what I wanted. So like they didn't play a single card, and I just beat them in like 4 turns or 3 turns or whatever it was, how fast that deck worked back in the day. Um, but then in game two, I would just do the same thing. And if that didn't work in game two, because maybe they were able to adjust their deck after game one, but I wasn't able to see what they were doing, there was no reason for me to change the deck style. And so that moved into game three, and then in game three I knew exactly what they were playing, and I full control tilt, and then they they still wouldn't be expecting it and would push me over the edge with success. So that's how I found a lot of success with the Mardu deck. But since we're playing best of one, I think the way to go is more aggro than control. So let's think about what we've got in here. What kind of a deck is this? We want to make sure that the curve is nice, and oh, we should probably put like at least one Field of Ruin in. Let's go ahead and put one in for now, and then this is kind of a neat card to put in a aggro style deck, or more like mid-range deck, because you are going to be playing a lot of spells. Like right now we're at over 30 spells, but again, we're cutting a lot of cards, so a lot of those cards might be the spells and not the creatures. Okay, so what can we take out? Let's take out. Let's go down to one Burn Down the House, because they weren't even playing this in the online version of that deck. Uh, they aren't playing the Spider Queen. We could take her out because we did add this Planeswalker to see what that does to the deck. And we're also playing Valky, so that could be another Planeswalker that we play towards the end of the game. So I don't know if Spider Queen really works in this deck. It doesn't follow the theme as well. It does generate creature tokens, but it wasn't. Whenever something dies, it gains Loyalty Cannon. That's pretty cool. Whenever an opponent is dealt damage, if that player lost less than 8 life, they lose equal to the difference. Wow. That's not a very good ult, actually. Yeah, I don't think I like this card in this deck. It is neat. It's real convenient having those like reach spiders that put the counters back on the planeswalker after they die, but it kind of doesn't work with trample at all. So trample just sort of makes this card obsolete in a way. But also flying, no, not flying. Like menace makes this a little bit less good. I think, yeah, I think we don't include it. It's a 5-drop, so we want to minimize the amount of 5-drops that we have. So let's just get rid of that card, and then we've got other planeswalkers that we're playing. It plays 2 of these. We've already got 2 in. It doesn't play this card, but I want to try it. I want to keep it in for now. So on the high end, there's already 2 cards that we shouldn't be playing. It's this one and this one if we're comparing it to the online version of the deck. Also, I didn't check how many lands this deck plays. It plays 23 lands, 5 and 5, 3 Sulphurous Mire. Oh yeah, it's the one we put the Evolving Wilds in for. And so we are playing a Field of Ruin as well. We might be able to take out an Evolving Wild because this does search for a land of our choosing. So let's take out the one of those Evolving Wilds, and then we're going to have, so this calls for 6 and 3, but we're gonna start it at 5 and 5. But then we have Den of the Bugbear and then 2 of these Hive Tyrants. Hive of the Eye Tyrant. Hive Tyrants. Sure, yeah, Hive Tyrant. That's a better name for this. Or Tyrant Hive. It would be a more appropriate name for a land, but Hive Tyrant. That's what it is. It's a Hive Tyrant. What am I thinking of right now? So, Hostile. Is this a card that we want to keep in this deck? It seems like too much. Too easy to kill for too much work. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of it. I think that card doesn't really follow the theme of the deck. We can go ahead and get rid of one of these Eye Tyrants just because we're kind of missing a lot. Actually, let's see. Because we're not playing a lot of these, or these, so this is going to be considered black. So that's 2 black lands that we're playing in addition to, and then because we're playing this and this, let's reduce this down by 1 for each, because 1 of those each, and then, but we want to add some, because we're playing 3 less of these. No, 3 less of these that we should be playing 4 of. I could just purchase them, but I don't feel like purchasing them right now. Yeah. I know we're just having fun, but I think that... Okay, so how many lands is that? That's 19, but we want to get up to 23, so we need to add 4 lands, right? Yeah, we need to add 4 lands, so we'll add 2 here and 2 here. That puts us at 4 and 6 because we're playing extra black here. So that would put that up to 5 and 6. I'm still missing something, aren't I? Oh well. Yeah, I think that's close enough. So that puts us at 23 lands, which matches what's online. And we may end up adjusting these numbers based on, what we end up playing more of. Right now we're playing more red, and we have more red here, so I think right now it's pretty accurate. plus the 2 Shatter Skull Smashing. Oh yeah, and that adds to the red as well. Shatter Skull Smashing over here. So let's move on to 3 drops. So we're already playing 2 more cards currently than what the online version plays. I think it played 4 of these, but we only have 3 at the moment, I think. Yep, only have 3. That craft thing pops up. Okay. Sedgemoor, which I thought would be a good include. It wasn't in the online version. I think it still is a really good include, but we need to think about what we're taking out to include it. Relic Robber is a little bit less of an include. The creatures don't come into play on your side, so you can't like pump them up. So let's get rid of Relic Robber completely. It doesn't. The online version doesn't play any like token generation cards. It doesn't play any of these Goblin Gatherings, and I think I understand why. Oh, and it plays less Soul Shatters as well. But if we have way more token generation in other cards, then let's just get rid of the obligatory just put Goblin tokens into play cards. We don't actually need them. I think we're going to have enough token generation to where it's not really needed to do that as much. Hungry for More was not a card that they included at all in that deck, and it doesn't really necessarily follow suit. What I liked about it was the lifelink and the trample, so both of those combined make this card pretty cool. But they're not goblins, and this card really screams for goblins. What does this card do? Return instant sorcery 3 or less from your graveyard. Copy them. Did that many for 3 extra mana. That's kind of cool. For 3 or less. So that's going to copy Soul Shatter. It's going to copy Moonraker's Rager Slash. But it is also going to copy a lot of these 2-drop spells, like Infernal Grasp. It doesn't play Tainted Adversary. This was really less about goblins and more just about putting creatures' tokens into play. So this isn't going to do as much. It still is really good, though. Goblins you control gain +1 and haste. Maybe I should be concentrating more on goblins than anything else. It's like some of these other things that put things into play, they're not putting goblins into play. They're just putting things into play. I don't really know. I've still got to cut 9 cards, and they're probably going to be coming from this stack over here. Let's go ahead and put this over here because this is more of a land card, I think. Especially, it's not a 2-drop, that's for sure. Let's go ahead and put it. Let's go put it here. So, do we need Cathartic Pyres? That's our base. 19 creatures, 16 and 9. Still a lot. And that's like 25 sorceries and instances. So this card's still pretty relevant. It does have Menace also, and Ward, which is nice. Let's take a look at this card. What does it really do, and is it helping the deck in any way? The Ward is nice. Nice protection there. It's kind of like this other card here. Ward, discard a card. Whenever it enters the battlefield, exile 1 card from a graveyard. If a creature card was exiled this way, each opponent loses a life and you gain a life. I don't see that being really useful in this deck. So what if it's a 4/4 for 3, right? I mean, sometimes. A 4/4 for 3 doesn't necessarily mean that much. Exile up to 2 target cards from graveyards. I don't see how that really makes a lot of sense to include. We have cards like this that exile cards from graveyards. So I don't know that we really need this card. I don't think I like it very much. I'm gonna take it out completely. I don't think it fits with the deck. I think the online deck, maybe it's trying to do something else. I don't really know what, but I really like, I don't know, I really like that. What's cool about this card and Hungry for More, I think that they play really well together, right? Except exile, you have to exile them from your graveyard, and you can already do that with flashback, so maybe it's kind of pointless. Because it's like, if I'm just casting it from my graveyard for 3, why would I pay 3 to do it with this guy? Like, why would I even wait to do it with this guy? I don't see how that would really make a lot of sense. We only have 6 cards to get rid of. It does play a lot of removal, doesn't it? It doesn't play Meat Hook Massacre, and it doesn't play Burn Down the House, the online version. So, what does that say about the deck? It says that it's more of a control deck than it is an aggro deck, but we want to make it more of an aggro deck. So, if we're making it more of an aggro deck than anything, maybe we should take out some of the removal spells that only hit creatures. So like this one only hits creatures, even though it does other things. I think it's a weaker card in this type of deck. This only gets rid of creatures as well. It doesn't target planeswalkers, which kind of sucks. There are black removal cards that target planeswalkers, but that's not what this does. Any target, that's a keep. This one targets planeswalkers. I think that we can probably get rid of Infernal Grasp. It is super nice to be able to get rid of things at instant speed and not be limited to just like dealing damage to something, especially when Goldspan Dragon is in. But I think that we can afford to take out. Yeah, I think we could take them all out. We've got a lot of other removals here that work really well. And maybe we take out some Hungry for More. I mean, it's nice. It's cool, but like it takes up a lot of space, right, in the deck. 4 of these cards that, you know, and then this card, 4 of these cards takes up a lot of space too. Because what I'm thinking about is like maybe we play more Sedgemoor Witch. Maybe we add one of these, even though it's not part of that deck. This deck plays a lot of like spells that want us to be putting 1/1s into play. So this is kind of a really cool card to include. So what we could do is we could take out one of these, since this one may not be as effective as some of these other ones. I like that it deals it to any target, same as Play with Fire. But I don't think we need 4 of them. That's kind of going heavy on those. I think that this might work for what we're trying to accomplish, and then we can go ahead and adjust the deck based on yeah, I think that we can adjust the deck later based on how we experience some, you know, resistance against other decks. So let's call this Rakdos. Rakdos. Let's just call it Rakdos, because that's what it is. So we're going to play it, test it out. We're just going to be playing. I don't think my ranked is very high. Actually, let's go ahead and play it. Oh, too late. I was going to switch to ranked play, because you're going to find more serious players in ranked play. You know, we had a lot of success with our draft yesterday that I wanted to do another draft today, but if I do, I'm going to take a break and then come back to it. Hopefully my friend Sam will get back to me and we could do some drafts together. Let's see. Is this a keepable hand? I've got 3 lands. Yeah, I'd say this is keepable. It's a fun-looking deck, fun-looking hand. Okay, yeah. I can get rid of that right now. If I dump this as a black card. Or no, I could play this as a red card that comes into play untapped. Should I kill this thing? If I do, should I do it after he attacks and passes to at the end of turn? That might be the best thing. I don't care about taking 1 damage, but what I do care about is giving him a treasure token that he can use right away. So I'm going to let him hit me. See what he plays. Nothing. Let's kill it now then. No? Yeah, no. Let's not kill it now. Let's wait. Let's wait. Okay, so I like that. We don't need the black yet, so let's hold off on the black until... Okay, so we're going to play this guy, and then we're just going to pass. He might kill this. David P. Yeah, he might kill this, but that's probably fine, right? He didn't. Interesting. I know he had an instant. I don't know what kind of instant he had, but... Oh, nice. That will go really well with Play with Fire. Do I want to block? No. I want to take the damage because... Okay, now I'm going to Play with Fire, but... Is now the time to do it? Maybe not. Maybe I wait. He's not getting a ton of use out of this just yet. He will, though. He definitely will. Yeah, this thing is actually going to get out of hand if I don't. But I want to do this so bad. Let's not worry about that. I think I should have played this pathway as a red card and not black. I think that would have been the smartest play. Let's go ahead and do this. Get rid of his creature. Yes, I'm sure. I'm going to auto-pay the ward. He doesn't have any response. And yeah, he's not doing anything in response. I don't know what he doesn't have anything that he can do. It's weird that it's giving him priority right now. He's tapped out. These guys don't have any activated abilities that even if they did, they couldn't use them because this guy's tapped and this guy's summoning sickness, so I don't know why it's giving them priority. Yes, take action. Pay the 3 life. Kill this thing. Attack with my goblin. Fortunately, I don't have power 6 or greater, so I won't get the goblin trigger. But that's okay. I wonder if this guy's better than that other 3-drop. Oh, that's kind of neat. Unfortunately, I don't think that will be the card that I play, though. I think I want to play the Immerstrom Predator. Let's play red. Because I don't want him double blocking one of my goblins that I just played. I could get away with that, though. I can handle a double block, I think. Do I want to double block? I don't think I want a double block. Let's just play this guy. I think that what he's got right now is some throwaway creatures that can actually take away some of my creatures. So I don't want to mess around with that. Oh, that sucks. I'm going to have to sacrifice that guy. Nothing I can do about that. No attacks. Kind of lame. Funny. Okay. I could save up my mana. It's going to be 3 more mana to cast this guy as a Planeswalker, which would be very beneficial. Or I could Battlecry Goblin, give it haste, attack with both, and then he would get what he wants out of that. I don't want to let him get what he wants. So I'm going to give this a try. Stormseeker should probably get around these guys without dying himself. Oh, my mom's calling me. So after this game, I'm going to have to call her back. Let's actually go ahead and attack with both, because I think the Reckless Stormseeker is going to be more valuable to lose. He may double block the Stormseeker and then give him a -1 counter, which I think would be what I want him to do the most. Or he'll... Oh, okay, he's just sacking it. Interesting. He doesn't care about killing any of my creatures. That's very strange. Maybe he's playing Meat Hook Massacre, and he's planning on just killing all his stuff anyway. So that would get rid of... Yeah, he could Meat Hook Massacre for 5 and get rid of both of my creatures very easily. Oh, okay. The Witch. I think yeah. He's got 2 cards left in his hand. Technically, this is in his hand, so that's 3. And I think this exile a creature card. I think I probably want to save this for a Planeswalker, right? Exile a creature you control, exile a creature or Planeswalker. While this is in his hand, I don't think I want to play this guy. I think I want to play another Stormseeker? No. This is kind of tough. Maybe I do want a Battlecry. Let's try that. This is a really complicated matchup, right? Like, I don't know if I should be attacking. I'm trying to get that aggro in, but it is turning out to be less of an aggro type game and more of a control type game, because I know that he's got some sort of Meat Hook Massacre going on in his hand. Okay, let's go ahead and activate his ability. Give him haste. So now they can all attack. And I'm gonna full force. Let's give it to him. Nice, we got that trigger. That's pretty useful. Totally forgot about the trigger. That's going to change the game state a lot, I think. Okay. Okay, so he can get rid of that guy. Yep, okay. Nice. Professor Onyx. This card's pretty mean, huh? They're definitely going to be attacking her now. How are we going to be attacking her? I think what we're going to do is we're going to play this, and then we're going to Battle Cry. Oh yeah, this will be fun. This will be a lot of fun. Play this guy. Battle Cry. Give everything haste. We're going to give the plus to attack. At the beginning of your combat. Yeah, we have to give it to him at least once. And the other one is going to go on him. So that these guys deal 3 each. We're all going to be attacking her, because I doubt that we're going to get through with everybody. Select a player or planeswalker to attack. What? Oh, okay. Planeswalker. Oh, it doesn't give the plus. Oh, wow. Just took it all. Interesting. Maybe he has another Professor Onyx in play, or in his hand. He didn't do any blocks? That seems strange, right? I mean, I still don't know what he's got in his hand, but still. Is it time for a God Elias just so that I can see what's in his hand? I am really curious now. Ah, there's the meat hook. Okay. Yep. Wow, that guy lived. Yep. I knew that was coming, right? We all did. Okay. I can't meat hook his guy away, but I can put this dude into play and pay for the extra counter. Let's do that. That's something to do, right? Auto pay. This deck's really weird to play with. I kind of like how versatile it is right now, how random it is, and I don't have any. Oh, I have play with fire in my deck. Oh, okay. Blood in the snow. Gonna bring Onyx back. Yeah, that makes sense. That tracks. Okay, but I could still attack her with my Crawling Barons. What just happened there? She's at 6. She came in with 5. Okay. Oh, maybe these triggers went off. That's probably what happened. Okay. Field of Ruin, that's good. This is a little bit more tricky now, because if I could activate this... Oh, okay, I could activate this and attack Professor Onyx with this. But then I would lose it, wouldn't I? At end of turn. Well, I'd lose anything that I activated, so let's go ahead and activate the... Well, I need that red more than I need that colorless land. I can get a red with... No, I can't. He doesn't have any... These are all basic lands, so I can't get anything with Field of Ruin. I'm at 6 mana. I only need 1 more mana to play this dude. She's at -8. I need to attack her, and it needs to be this card. Which is really unfortunate because he's going to kill it, I think, with his Shambling Ghast. He's going to give it -1. Because I don't think he needs the treasure token. And then I'm going to lose a land and then be 1 land behind. Gain a life, that's fine. I don't care about that. Or Planeswalker. Oh, okay. If I can get away with him not playing a creature, then I can Soul Shatter his Planeswalker. He's probably going to play a creature here. Oh, no! Oh, perfect. Oh, that is perfect. Right? I can Soul Shatter. I can wait to do it in response to him playing a creature. Not that that, I think, really matters, but I think that this is like the perfect card to play here. And then, yep, that takes care of that. It doesn't exile it, unfortunately. And then this is the only card that I can really do anything with right now. If I do that, I can get rid of his removal. So let's go ahead and let's do it, because I think this card is going to be more valuable as a card in play than having to wait to get 2 more lands to get to the Planeswalker version of this. So he didn't have any... Okay, he's just... Jeez. Another Blood in the Snow and another Professor Onyx. That's rough. Okay, well... He's going to remove that creature. And he's going to do it with probably the fumes. Oh, but he has to pay the extra cost, so he's going to destroy all creatures. That's interesting. And then he's going to get Professor Onyx. No, he got Spider Queen instead. Interesting. Oh yeah, because he needs the blockers. But I can Meat Hook Massacre now. Do I want to, though? Create a devil. Deals 1 damage to any target. That, I think, is better. Because I think that I can... Oh, no, he's still got this exile a creature, a Planeswalker. That's super annoying, isn't it? let's go ahead and Meat Hook Massacre. This will help me in the long run. So I just have to pay 1 for this. That's pretty sweet. Oh, and I can Feel the Ruin. Okay, so that's what I'll do. He finally put out a non-basic land, so I can Feel the Ruin. Let's go ahead and pay the 1, because that'll get rid of both of his creatures. Auto pay, and then I can Field of Ruin his land. Cool. Yeah, we saw that. We knew that that was happening.
I will get what I
Wow, the meat hooks cancel each other out. That's funny. Okay, so take out this thing. What do we need more of? We have 3 red and 2 black, so let's get a black. Just to even it out. I think red's more valuable in our deck, but... This is a tough game, because he's kind of playing, you know, a mid-range deck himself. I mean, it's a very mid-range deck. It's not even close to kind of. He's got a lot of Wrath spells. He's got a lot of Planeswalkers to recur from the graveyard. Interesting.
I never thought I'd miss the library.
My children will take care of you.
His graveyard's full of fun stuff, isn't it? He just has to keep casting Blood on the Snow so he can get all of his stuff back. That's all he has to do. So I've got a land to play. That's cool. Man, he's just making it really hard for me to get in there with any attacks. I'm going to have to go ahead and attack with this Goblin, I think. I don't think putting her into play is really going to help me that much. I think getting rid of her Planeswalkers is going to be super important. And Liliana isn't the biggest threat at the moment, so I'm going to attack the Spider Queen. And then this also puts token that's tapped and attacking the same thing. So I'm gonna break even here, assuming he blocks with his I Witch. Yep. So break even on all accounts. But I'm gonna leave with a Goblin in play, which is beneficial for me. Cool. Gosh, this is a complicated match. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. Oh, get rid of my meat hook. That sucks. Oh, she has a passive ability. Oh, she's a really good card to include. I should definitely think about putting her in this deck. Expensive, 6 mana. This is the type of deck that either needs to go full aggro or it needs to go more of the direction that what I'm playing against. All right, let's see. Hunger for More won't get through because of his blocker, so that kind of sucks. Jeez, this is gonna end really badly for me, really quickly. Let's go ahead and put the Planeswalker in play, knowing full well that it's not gonna make a darn difference. Actually, hold on a second. I can do Hungry for More and this, pump up my creature, and then kill off his Skullport Merchant. That might work.
I don't waste words.
That might work. Just barely. Unless he's got some spot removal that he can do instantaneously. I think this just might work to get through with a little bit of damage.
For Avernus and for victory.
We want to get rid of this guy, because that is going to just keep getting counters. So I think he's just going to double block. He's going to lose. Oh. Oh, that's the wrong way to do that. Yeah, you might want to rethink that, dude. Switch it up. Oh, he wants to keep his guy alive. Okay. He'd rather lose a Planeswalker than keep his guy alive. Okay, so... Nice. Nice. That worked out really great for me. Gonna sack something. Oh, geez. 8. She's killing me real quick, but that other guy was just gonna keep putting blockers into play that I couldn't really deal with, so. Got enough mana to harass the Planeswalker now, but I can't. I don't have one at the moment. Yeah, she'd be a really good card to include. Oh, Sedgemoor Witch. Take it. Complicate my plans again. Unless he attacks. If he attacks, that might actually... Like if he wants to get rid of my... No, he could just kill my Planeswalker with that. That sucks. I think he's got this now. Yep, he's going to exile that. He's got so much control in this deck. I either needed to go more aggro... Let's do this. Okay, after I take a break, I'm going to come back and I'm going to duplicate this deck twice. Well, I'm going to duplicate it once. And then in the one that I duplicate, I'm going to make it more aggro. And the one that I don't duplicate, I'm going to make it more control. And then we'll see which deck performs better. The more aggro version of it or the more control version of it. Because I think that the reason why this deck is losing to this other deck is because it's not pushed or pulled in one of the two directions. Unfortunately, I think that this is going to be the end of the game here. No matter what I do, this thing is going to kill me. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, you lose a life. Whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses 2 life. So all he has to do to win is let his creatures die, which he can totally do. He can sack one of his creatures to deal a damage to me, but I don't know why he would do that. I mean, I'm just totally screwed no matter what. Like, I could do this. This is just dumb for me, right? Like, I don't know why I would do this. This gains me life, but, I mean, attacking is just gonna kill. It's just gonna murder me, my own self. Okay, so I'm getting through with 1 damage at least, but I'm gaining 3 life. Yep, that thing's gonna die. So trade there. Okay. She goes down 1, but then I lose some damage. Okay. That actually worked in my favor a little bit. But look at the card advantage that he has. It's amazing. I mean, is this really all he needs to get that much card advantage? That's insane, right? He's using removal from his hand to get rid of tokens that I automatically generate. Oh, he's just going to kill me here. Nice. Oh, it's already at 2. He didn't need to attack them both. That's interesting. Kill that thing. Yep. Okay, so what have we learned? We have learned that by playing Snow, we could play a more control-y style deck with Blood in the Snow, play more Planeswalkers, play like a Liliana, or Professor Onyx in this case. And then, let's see. Yeah, so I'm going to take a break real quick, and then we can examine this a little bit afterwards to see how... I mean, that was a really interesting deck, but, you know, I've also noticed something, and I'll just talk about it more when I get back, but I've noticed something about playtesting in Arena. It doesn't always work, because the way that they pair you up, it seems like they're pairing you up with specific decks. It's not totally random. I've never, like, I mean, I can't say never, but a lot of times I'll get paired up with people that are playing almost like the mirror deck. It's like they look for decks that play the most same cards as you, and then they pair you up against that person. It seems like that's always what happens. So right now I was playing like this somewhat control-y type deck, and so they were looking for a deck that had a lot of similar cards in it, but maybe they couldn't find one, so they came up with the closest type of deck, which is also a very kind of black control-y deck. But I don't know. It's a theory. It's a working theory. I don't have any proof of that. Anyway, I'm going to take a break. I will come back and do some more playtesting. And I'm recording again. So now that I'm back and we've played a little bit of this Rakdos deck that we've just made, what I wanted to do was try and duplicate the deck. So I forgot to do that. Okay, so click on this, clone the deck, and this will be Rakdos Control, I guess. We'll see if we can make this more of a control deck. Rakdos Control, call it that. Rakdos Control, and then the other one's going to be Rakdos Aggro. Okay, so let's modify this so that it's more of a control deck, and then we can modify the other one to be more of a aggro deck. And I think that the aggro deck is going to have more success than the control version. And I think that this is more of an aggro card than a control card, so we'll take that one out. Aggro cards are cards like this Goblin. I don't know. I think the Sedgemoor Witch works better as a control card. And this works better as an aggro card. So I think that like if we're going to be producing tokens, it should be with like the Sedgemoor Witch, right? So let's add some of those. We did see that in the black deck that we played. That this is definitely an aggro card, so we should take those out completely. Soul Shatter stays in. This card, you can cast cards from your graveyard, so I think that this works as more of a control card. I think that pretty much any of these cards where you can dump a bunch of mana into can work as a control card more than just straight up aggro. So I like that this gives things haste, but this gives things haste too. I don't know if this is if we should be taking cards like this out in a control deck. I mean, we should be playing more cards like this probably, right? Sack a creature, each opponent sacks a creature. So that's a good card to keep in for like a control type deck. I only have 2 of them, so that makes it easy. This seems like it's a finisher card. We have so many finishers. I don't know that we really need a 5-mana finisher. We're going to be using our mana to do damage to people, hopefully with meat hooks or with burn down the house. Let's add a burn down the house, at least one. We could even add more Shatter Skull smashing. I don't see the problem with adding more of these, just taking out more of the opponent's creatures. Kind of wish I could have done that more often in the other game. But we were having a problem attacking with anything, and we really needed some sort of evasion to get around his blockers, which was a problem with the Planeswalker. But if we're playing more cards that just kill Planeswalkers outright, like more of these, then we don't need to worry about getting around his blockers, right? This card's definitely more of a control card. We can play more of those. This card's a super control card. We can even play like 4 of those, and then we've got ourselves like a really great, excuse to get rid of these super aggro cards. Let's see. Are we going to be getting rid of cards like this? Like this doesn't put in tokens into play. So we could theoretically get rid of that, but then Moonrager's Slash doesn't make any sense in the deck at that point. But we can find, other replacements for that. So let's try that. Let's get rid of the Reckless Stormseeker and the Moonrager's Slash, and that actually creates a hole, so I'm not sure exactly what we can add to the deck to kind of mitigate that. We'll probably have to add more red removal, or we can add that other destroy card that we took out last time, but that doesn't destroy planeswalkers. I want to be able to destroy planeswalkers with my destroy effects. So cards like Infernal Grasp that the other on the MTG Goldfish deck played, like, I don't think this works as well as a card that says destroy a creature or planeswalker. So let's keep an eye out for something like that. That's just creature there. This one is creature only. This was creature or planeswalker. Create a treasure token. I don't know if that works. Let's start with the lowest cost cards. Creature only, creature or enchantment, creature, 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 creature. This one, destroy target creature. Yeah, just creature, 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 creature. All of these are just creatures, aren't they? Oh, yeah, this one's creature or planeswalker. So this one might be considered. There aren't going to be any planeswalkers that cost 2 or less. So if you're using this to kill a planeswalker, you're going to be paying 4, so you might as well get a treasure out of it, right? So that's not a bad card to include. We can just have one for now, and then we can add more later if we need to. But creature or planeswalker, that was dealt damage this turn. So I'd have to actually be dealing it damage first. And if that's the case, then maybe we end up taking cards like this out or Blood Chief's Thirst just for more burn. We'll see what the balance is with black and red, and then we'll make a decision based on that. Destroy target creature or planeswalker, and then whenever creature blocks this turn, controller loses a life. I don't see how that in a yeah, I don't see how this would make it work. Destroy target creature or planeswalker costs 1 less for each creature in your party. If we were playing party, that would work. I don't think any of the creatures we have are. Nope, not a single one falls into the party restrictions. Okay, Blood in the Snow is a great card, and we talked about maybe including this, but we'd have to play Snow, and there are good Snow cards that we could be playing. And we could switch over to Faceless Haven instead of Crawling Barrens. Crawling Baron or Faceless Haven actually would have helped us last game a lot more than Crawling Barrens. So maybe we go ahead and make the transition over to Snow, and then we can utilize cards like this. So let's take that into consideration. Since we're playing Planeswalkers, I don't actually know for sure, just because I haven't had enough experience, like if you were to return a creature or a planeswalker card with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. So I don't think that works at all with Valki, God of Lies. So if you're bringing this back as a planeswalker, I think you actually have to pay 7 mana for that spell, which you can't do because it costs 6, and you have to have put 7 snow mana into this card in order for it to get back Valki. So I don't think it works with Valki, and maybe playing 4 of these is way too many, but I don't know that we even need to be playing this card. We have a decent finisher in this card, and then I still don't know about Westgate Regent. We may end up taking that one out. We're looking for cards that are good control cards. Honestly, if we're going to be playing Westgate Regent, I think that like a Goldspan Dragon actually might be better in its place. In a control deck, I think it works better than this. This is definitely more of a finisher in a mid-range deck than aggro, and not quite control. I mean, it works as a finisher for control, but I think that I like that it has that ward, but I think that we could do better. I think that there's that 3-drop black creature with the same ward that also does 4 damage. It doesn't grow like this card does, but that's like, I think it's not really a win more. I've sometimes we'll talk about like a win more strategy, and which doesn't really work because if you're already winning, why would you need to win more? And this kind of it kind of feels like a win more card, but I don't think that it is, because the fact that it has evasion, it has something built into it that makes it more difficult to block. And if you're just chump blocking this thing, then it's getting closer and closer. Like, the clock is still ticking with this card. So even if you're not dealing any damage with this card, that's not true. You have to be dealing damage to the player in order for it to get the counter. So uh, if your opponent's at 20, if you haven't dealt any damage to them the entire game and you play this thing, I think you can get the opponent down in enough life really quickly. Let's say you're playing against a life gain deck. If you're playing that game, then this card is going to dominate, I think. If it's attacking every turn, um, if they don't have enough blockers, and let's say they're at like 100 life, they've gained 100 life. I've actually won games where I've come back from an opponent that's gained 100 life, and then I beat them. But this card would actually do the trick a lot quicker if you're playing against a lifelane deck. So that makes this sort of more of a sideboard card, honestly, in my opinion. I think that... No, Burn Down the House is still a really good card because it has the option of creating tokens. I like that it has that option, so I think that it's playable in multiples for that reason. So if you are playing against a deck that doesn't play hardly any creatures, then this actually still works really well as a create 3/1/1s kind of card. And they're not just 1/1s, they're 1/1s that die and deal an extra damage. I really like that about this card. So, in a control deck, I don't think we could, unless we completely switched over to Snow, which I don't think I want to do because of Valky. I think we take Blood on the Snow out. Grim Bounty for Planeswalkers. Are there any red-black spells, multicolored black spells, that not destroy, but maybe like, I don't know. I'm trying to find something that I can get rid of Planeswalkers with easily. Maybe it's just a damaging spell. Maybe it's just something that deals damage. It's kind of a Wrath. Choose one. No, I don't. Creature cards. I just don't know. I think we should look at, well, what is our spread like? 24-14. Yeah, we went way more heavy black on this side. Let's take out the where did it go? Grim Bounty. I do like this card. It's probably, I mean, I have never seen it played, but in standard. But I think that we could do better with red removal, and it will balance our colors a little bit better. You want to be balanced. So let's look at red damage spells. Damage to any. So yeah, Cathartic Pyre, 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. That could have solved a lot of problems for us. This is to any target, and it has Learn. We don't have anything that has Learn yet, so maybe we don't need the Learn ability. Yeah, we got rid of all of our goblins. Cathartic Pyre is the suggested card to play, and it has the added ability of discarding and drawing if you need to use it for that. Like, if you're really running out of options and you have nothing else that you can really do, that might be the way out. Other than that, create a treasure token now. Damage and learn. See what our higher end removal looks like. Hmm. 3 damage to any target when you sacrifice a creature. Each player discards a card, and then more spam calls. Light up the night. X damage to any target. X plus 1 damage instead if that target is a creature or planeswalker. That's kind of cool. And it has flashback. Remove X counters from among planeswalkers you control if you cast a spell. That seems tricky. Cast a spell this way, X can't be 0. Well, it doesn't seem like you're likely to flash this back, but that doesn't matter, does it? I mean, it's still really, really solid, I think. Okay. Of course, you can go real big with this. 6 damage to any target. I think we're going to go with... It's funny. I think we're going to go with Cathartic Pyre. We'll add a... Oh. Wait. Is there anything we can take out to add more Cathartic Pyre? Oh, that's why it says any. This isn't to any target. It just says that many, and many is any is in the word many. Yeah, we're kind of trying to balance this now. And if we wanted to add more Cathartic Pyres, we should take out a black card or two. Again, Westgate Region is one of those cards that I'm like on the fence over, so that might be the one that I take out. Tainted Adversary is probably the second one that I would think about taking out because this is very aggro. It is nice that it has Death Touch and that you can pump a lot of mana into it, but I don't think that's necessary. Let's go ahead and take out yeah, I took that card out, and let's add a Cathartic Pyre. Now let's take a look. So 1722 is not bad. Our curve looks really nice. We could get rid of that region and add a 2 or 3 drop. We've got 10 instants and 12 sorceries. That's a really good amount to be playing with a Sedgemoor Witch. Maelstrom Predator makes a good finisher also, and it's hard to kill because of the indestructible. Maybe even harder to kill than this. The discard a card thing, I think, is more useful in a deck that has more target player discards a card kind of effects. So maybe we do take the Westgate Region out. It is 5 mana. And in a deck like this, mana is going to be scarce. It's going to be hard to come by a lot of mana. And we have cards that we can like pump a lot of mana into. So I think that I'm not afraid. Yeah, I got to look at all these X spells. That's another good point, is that I am playing 23 lands, but I'm also playing a bunch of Shatter Skulls that I would consider as mountains. And we can kind of swap the balance here for that, because we are playing so many more of those. So maybe we just wait. Did we already take the? I guess we did. Yeah, we already took that out. So let's add another pyre. So we're playing 3 pyres. Our curve still looks pretty nice. A little bit better, in fact. Yeah, I like this. Still playing 22 spells. 13 creatures, that's pretty decent. Let's try this as our Rakdos control deck. I think I like this as Rakdos control. So we'll try that at some point, but then now let's work on Rakdos Aggro. So we're going to shift this in the other direction. This is just for fun, you know. We're just testing things for fun. Okay, so we're going to call this Rakdos Aggro. Is that how you spell aggro? Is it two G's or one G? I think it's two. Let's make it three G's. Super aggro, right? Okay. Um, cards like Play with Fire, you could definitely play four of because it deals it to any target, and if you target a player, it even makes it better. So we're gonna go ahead and play four of those because, like, this card, as nice as it is to be able to take out Planeswalkers in an aggro deck, I think we're hoping to take out Planeswalkers with our creatures. I think it's worth it to invest an extra card in this because it's just an uncommon. So I'm gonna go ahead and craft that one. I think we should probably be playing all four of these. That's super aggro. Yeah, we're playing four of those. We should consider playing four of these. This deals to any target. Maybe we should take out Burn Down the House. No. I mean, aggro decks are generally, they're going to be, like, we could probably take out Bloodchief's Thirst. This card's a lot less aggro and more tempo or more just control-y. It's definitely a mid-range card, so, I mean, don't let the one cost fool you, right? But we could take that out because we have Play with Fire. We may not need Valky Godalize. That's much more of a control card, so we could take that out. Let's see. Battlecry Goblin is nice. This one targets spells in your graveyard. And we already talked about how it doesn't really work well with Hungry for More. But we are playing a good amount of spells. Hexproof from Planeswalkers, sack a creature, opponent sacks a creature. I don't think I like this as much in an aggro deck. It is really cool that it has the evasion of flying and that it only costs 4 for 4 power. But the lifelink is, like, if it was just a 4/3 flying for 4, I obviously wouldn't be playing that. So I'm focusing on cards that do things. Like, this is a 3/3 flying for 4, and I like this better because it gets bigger, kind of like Westgate Region. And I could probably get rid of Westgate Region for more of these, honestly. And I could probably get rid of this Eradicator for more of these as well. So we're still at 60 cards. Let's look at our split is definitely more red. Red is the aggro here. I like this Planeswalker in an aggro deck. Kind of does exactly what I wanted Sorin to do, which is one of my favorites of the old Mardu deck. Could play more of these creatures that come from lands. And Shatter Skull Smashing, this is meant for creatures and planeswalkers. How am I getting in there with more damage? I mean, I'm adding more Hungry for More. Sedgemoor Witch still kind of works as an aggro card because of its menace. So we could dump a little bit more into Sedgemoor Witch also. And if we needed to. I kind of already like the balance of this. It's pretty well balanced. I like the curve. The curve's it's funny. The curve's higher in this deck because it's more in 3 drops than the other deck. I mean, I almost could take out some of these Soul Shatters, right? the online deck was only playing 2 Soul Shatters, and even though originally we were basing the deck around this card and the concept of Mardu midrange, because we're pushing aggro, and this doesn't deal that 2 damage that um, the Doom card, the Mardu Doom card. Gosh, what was the name of that card? Like, it wasn't Impending Doom, but it was like Doom Bolt or Doom. It was no, it's not a Doom Bolt, but it had Doom in the title. Crackling Doom. Was that it? Crackling Doom? I think it might have been Crackling Doom. So that one did 2 damage to your opponent. This doesn't do any damage to your opponent, so um, we could probably, and then we're taking away black. So maybe we take those away and add more aggro with Sedgemoor Witch, because that's kind of more of an aggro card. Burn Down the House is like a backup in case our opponent's creatures get out of hand. Same with Meat Hook. I think we want to leave this because it does deal damage to the opponents when creatures I control die. And I'll be making a lot of creatures and sacking them and doing things, right? I still have, yeah, this sacrifices creatures. It's another thing that sacrifices creatures for the greater good. This one, the creatures sacrifice themselves. I guess that's it. And there's no other effects that really sacrifice creatures, but we don't need to be including things that do that. I think that's just sort of like a side effect that works. Excuse me. So I think this is a pretty good balance for the deck. It's not as balanced as the other one. It's way more heavy red. So that also means that we could probably change our lands up a little bit, like maybe play less Evolving Wilds and more mountains. Let's play one less Evolving Wild and one more mountain. We'll leave the other one in. I like the Crawling Barrens, even though this is kind of more of a control card, because like let's say you wipe the board, and then now you've still got something that can come in and attack. This one, I'm not going to mess with the lands too much because the lands are inconsequential until they matter, and hopefully they won't matter because this is an aggro deck and we want to be killing our opponent as quickly as possible. We may end up taking all the Soul Shatters out, pushing this even further into the red. What do you think we should do? Should we add more goblins? Gosh, yeah, we don't have any goblins except for this guy. Kind of makes you wonder, why am I even playing him if I've only got this guy as the only goblin? It's funny, right? It's funny how this is working because like the only thing that says creatures matter is this goblin. So it really makes you wonder why you're playing this goblin. Because it's super aggro, it's like now we're kind of basing the deck more off of this card and this card, which are both red. We almost don't need the black, do we? We can get away with like a mono red aggro deck. But Sedgemoor Witch is kind of cool, especially since we're still playing 17 spells. It's still a high number. But maybe we should just be looking at our options in just red. I do really like the Hungry for More, so that's like something that's really pushing me towards playing red-black still, instead of just mono red. And Sedgemoor, which is really nice. So maybe we just look for other really super aggro cards. Attach it to a creature, it gets +2, it has flash, it doesn't give it anything else. So I don't know about that. It's another super aggro card. Of course, the Fireblade Charger is nice as a 1-drop aggro. It is a goblin too, right? Yeah, it's a goblin, so you can give it +2 power. Maybe we should be looking at other goblins that we can play in this deck. Because this card works really well alone, but it also works even better with other goblins. We should really try and find other goblins. Let's just type it in. Goblin. Oh yeah, our land works really well with that too. This puts goblins into play and it gives them trample, so that's kind of nice. I don't like that cost 2 and that you pay 2 to equip it, and the roll is very random. This one's really nice. Other goblins get +1, and it deals damage equal to the number of goblins that enter the battlefield this turn to any target. That's pretty darn cool. I really like that as an aggro card. And then this one, of course, too, we had that one in, and then we took it out. So let's think about adding those. Those are great goblin cards. If we can get away with it, we can see if we can add even more goblins. Other goblins get +1. Sacrifice a goblin, destroy an artifact. This costs 4 mana. It's a little bit too much. We're only 4 over what we were before. Um, what other cards really jump out at as goblins? Let's look at the cards I don't have, because there might be some like uncommons that are good goblins that I don't have. I guess not. I could have sworn there was better goblins here. 1 damage to target creature blocking it. Has haste. That's kind of cool. Oh, I see a lot of this one played. Gains first strike. That's kind of cool. For 2 mana. 3/1 barbarian goblin. It's kind of cool. It's a party goblin. I do like this card, but we're not playing party, so it's just not good. Can't be blocked. It's a lot of fun. Where's the one that like can't be blocked? No, it's like, let's see, deals damage to target player. Exile card. You may play that card. That's kind of cool. I don't know if that's good enough. Playing extra cards is always nice. So if we were to add those goblins that we just added, we'd probably want to take out some Soul Shatter. Because again, we talked about how this card doesn't really cut the mustard when it comes to aggro in this format, I think. Could we be playing less lands? I don't know that we could. I mean, we're only playing 2 Shatterskull Smashings. So we're already playing less lands than the other deck. After we're done with this, I wonder which... gosh, does this even fit in the deck? For 2 mana, a 2/3 Death Touch, or for 5 mana, 2 creatures. Or for what we're assuming we'll never get to is 8 mana, 3 creatures. Let's take it out. It's so weird that, like, I don't know, I think it's weird that we're just getting rid of more and more black cards. Black became the control color. Is that how it's always been? Because I've thought black aggro was also a thing. Are there any black goblins? There's a black goblin. If a creature died this turn. Flash 5/3. That's kind of neat. Could make that work, huh? Goblin Warlock. I am expecting some creatures to die, especially with cards like Hungry for More. Can we make Grim Wanderer work? It's got flash, so you can flash it in on your opponent's turn too. It is a black card, right? And if we're trying to eliminate black from this lineup, maybe we don't need Meat Hook, right? If we're playing Burn Down the House, what if we don't play Meat Hook? What if we play more Burn Down the House? What if we don't play that many Burn Down the House? No, let's not do that. Shatterskull Smashing. Is it the kind of card that we want in this deck. I'm not sure. Play with fire, adversary. Still works. For 5 mana, maybe it doesn't work as well. Let's take this one out too. So now we're back to 60 cards. We've managed to divide our deck up even more. 1233. Or we could look at it like 3289%. That doesn't make any sense, does it? That's way over 100%. Maybe not way over, but like at least it's 21. It's 121% is what our deck is made of. 121% colored. That doesn't sound right at all. So now we have even more incentive to play goblins because we were able to put this in. And let's see. This doesn't matter necessarily. This is a goblin construct token. This one's played a lot in goblin decks, and it is kind of mean that it's like the first strike damage. But it dies to anything with like that's a 1/4 or anything a 4 toughness. Anything a 4 toughness pretty much, unless it's a 0/4. Let's see. We don't have any way of increasing this guy's power except with Battlecry Goblin. So maybe we skip that. Kind of wish we had more of this guy, but he's not the best goblin, I think, of the goblins that we're playing. I think he definitely is. Should we be playing one of the cards we took out, the Goblin Gathering? It costs 3, and it starts off putting 1 goblin into play. I don't know that this is any good. I think it gets better with cards like Fissure Wizard, where you're discarding cards. So you discard a couple of these before you cast it, and then you're casting it for like 3 goblins or 4 goblins. That seems kind of cool. And it also seems kind of cool with that one spell that we already took out that you can cast things from the graveyard if it costs 3 or less. But you have to exile it. We're at 60 cards right now. The balance is very topsy-turvy, so we would be taking out a lot of black cards. Kind of works, doesn't it? To do it that way. We're playing some Shatter Skull Smashing, that adds to the red. This one doesn't make as much sense, does it? Like, I think we should be playing like a mountain over this card. 3 damage to target player. Could surprise them if we run out of things to do. I think because it comes into play tapped, maybe we don't play it. Yeah, let's play a mountain over it. So our balance is way off balance. This is almost half of the, half of this. 32 is less than half of 89, and 12 is definitely less than half of 33. Oh yeah, by a long shot. But maybe we should give it a little bit less of a bridge there. Well, we do have 2 of these in the deck. I think this is starting to look a little bit more my speed here. Let's call it, and then let's try it. Which one should we try first? Aggro or control? I want to try aggro first because it's faster, and then if aggro just falls flat on its face, then we try control. If it was a best of 3, we could get away with like sharing a lot of these cards in the sideboard, and then we could do that Mardu trick where we go full aggro in game 1, and in game 2 don't even worry about what the opponent's playing, just goes full control afterwards. I think that's a cool idea. I loved doing it in Mardu, but I don't really like playing best of 3 on Arena because it just takes longer, and I think you don't get as many. I mean, you still only get one win for the whole, right? It still only counts as one win. Ooh. Aggro decks look to win quickly with cheap creatures before the opponent can set up effective defenses. Is that what we're doing with our aggro deck? Hey, look, 2 Gs. Because that's how to spell aggro. Not 3 Gs, silly. Yeah, just watching the little tips it's given me here on the tip screen. Let's see if we have any viewers. Nope, no viewers. Am I going down in popular? I went from 1 viewer to 0. I feel like I'm doing something wrong. I mean, if I go down the checklist, I'm talking a lot. That's really important. Maybe it's because I don't have a webcam. I need to get a webcam. I have a handy cam that I was thinking of using, and I looked up online. And it says I need a capture card to use it. So maybe I invest in a capture card. But what if that doesn't work? I really like the quality of this handy cam. I think it's really nice, but it's a lot harder to clean because the lens has one of those like shutters, so it's meant to be closed all the time. So like when I'm filming, it would be open, and then um, it would what am I saying? It would be hard. Yeah, it's harder to clean because the lens is like an actual like physical zoom lens. I think it would be a better use of webcam than just a regular webcam. Gosh, what is happening right now? We're just 2.5 minutes in. Let's reset. Let's try something. Were we playing ranked or were we playing play? Let's do ranked. It's probably a mistake, but because it's going to be more aggressive decks, but maybe we'll actually get an opponent this way. 60 card decks typically have 23 to 27 lands, depending on an average spell cost and deck plan. Is there an average spell cost in the deck building interface? Does it tell you that? Average spell cost? Or are you just, I mean, are we just looking at like the curve? Like it's pretty funny that our aggro deck has a higher curve than our control deck, but somehow our control deck, it's because of the removal. Removal's generally cheap in these colors. So, and then you play a lot less of those control cards. Or rather finishers, which are those mid-range cards. Wow, this isn't working either. Am I gonna have to like reboot? Or is just no one playing Magic right now? Is that what's happening? It's Thursday. Is Thursday not a Magic day? Do people not like to play on Thursdays? Am I gonna have to take another break? I wanted to play some Magic. Let's play some Magic! I don't know what's going on here. Who's in my Tinfoil Tiger online? I need to tell him about my Twitch. Hey, started a Twitch stream. Search for J.C. Kelly. Hey, started a Twitch stream. Search for J.C. Kelly. You can also find me as the same name in or on YouTube. He'll get those eventually. Cycle chat. Oh, okay, so that's just like the hotkey is tab. Cool. Oh my gosh, what is going on here with the games? I may have to like restart. Let's try restarting. It may interrupt the stream. But I don't know if we have a choice. Let's try it. Exit game. And then we're going to start it back up. And, yup. We're just going to, yeah, just hold on. Just hold your horses. Oh, look, he is watching. Cool. Oh, you're watching live? It says one viewer. You must be watching live. Wow, you got the message real quick. Okay, that's my brother, everybody. Tinfoil Tiger. All right, we got it back open. Let's go back to, yep, there it is. Okay. Thank you for following me. That's awesome. Glad you found me. I hope it was easy. Yeah, enjoy the YouTube channel too, because I've got it on there. Got all my streams. Well, not all my streams. It takes a long time to upload these things. I'm gonna go ahead and attempt to try this new deck again. Hi, Luna. She wants to hang out. Oh, that's sweet. You gonna hop up on my lap? Come on. Come on. Hop up. Hop up. There you go. Say hello. No? Okay. Wow. Okay, so it found me a match. Very nice. Okay. Let's see how I do against Drizzykill. Alright, so this is our aggro version of Rakdos, and so far, I don't, yeah, this works. We can play our Hungry for More, we can play our Play with Fire, and then eventually we've got a nice little transition to Night, and Moonrager's Slash will do a lot more damage. So, yeah, we're going to keep this, because it's playable. We're going to draw some more lands eventually, and be able to play our... There it is, see? Look at that. I'm gonna play this first. Even though Play with Fire can kill this guy, yeah, maybe that was a misplay. Whatever. I don't really care. 2 damage. Ooh, that guy I care about. See? And if I had played it differently, I wouldn't have been able to do this on that guy, because that guy is much scarier. Right? A 3/2 for 2. Gosh, that's scary. That's a great aggro card. Maybe I should consider putting it in my deck, right? 3/2 for 2. And then whatever it kills, it gets bigger, right? Is that how that works? Oh no, whenever it kills something, you put a zombie into play. And you exile the creature it killed. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's really aggro. I like that a lot. Ghoul Caller. Did we have this card? If you control no creatures with Decayed. Oh, this card. Yeah, he's playing a straight up zombie deck. Let's hope we get our board wipe. But until we do, let's go ahead and... It should be red, right? Let's go ahead and get red. And then let's go ahead and... Yeah, he can't block. So let's go ahead and do this. This doesn't have Death Touch. We're going to attack. We're going to get in there for the damage, for the win, for the all the monies. Hi, Luna. Hi. Meow. Hi. Say hi to the people watching at home. So he's dealing 5 damage to me a turn. Nope, not every turn. Well, yeah, a turn, because that thing puts it back into play. Ah, it's nighttime. Beautiful. All my Moonrager's stuff is going to work. This is going to work great. Plus, we got the lifelink on Hungry for More. So, and he can't block. So we're just going to take out... What should we take out? His token generator? That's 3 damage a turn we can get rid of. I think that's the way to go. And this guy just comes back anyway, right? And we'll go ahead and kill his other dude on No, we won't. Oh, I may have messed that up. I should have saved it for his turn, because now it's going to change back to day. Do you know what? Who cares? Who bloody cares? He might kill this thing. I'm just making all sorts of mistakes, you know? Let's give it to the lifelinker, right? They both do 3 damage, but if I pump this guy up, I gain more life. And it's a token, so if he has like a kill card, he's more likely to get rid of the token, which I don't really care that much about. There it is, see? And then I change back to day, so that was my player error there. I should have waited to cast the slash until his turn, because why did I do it on my turn? That seems dumb. I was just eager and impatient. So I still got a hungry for more. So that's still going to gain me a lot of life. Ooh, he's going to get rid of hungry for more, isn't he? Oh, you little trickster. So that's 7 damage, and then I go to 4, so I'm definitely dead next turn. I doubt he's definitely on the play, so I'm a turn behind him. Oh, look at that! It's night. Look at that. This is, I think this is the best play. We play this, we attack because we can, and then we save this for his turn. Target creature you control. Yeah, let's do that. And then we'll switch it up, put it on both. Yeah, we can attack. We can afford to attack. We're doing... Oh, shoot. We just win right here. What am I thinking? I could do damage to any target with this. I'm so dumb. But look, the deck just solved all of my problems for me. This deck works. It actually works. I'm glad. I was a little bit worried. Oh, and my rank was actually higher than I thought it was. I thought it was down all the way. So the stakes are high. Luna is just loving this attention. She's getting on my lap. Crazy little cat. Say hi. Say hi. Come on. No? Okay, maybe if I stop petting her, she'll meow at me. Come on. Don't play with my cord. It's mine, not yours to play with. Hey, where are you going? Oh, you're going to stay on my lap, little girl. You're going to do what I say. Yeah, okay. Back to the game. Getting distracted. I'm getting cat-distracted. Let's try this again. So the aggro deck seemed to work a lot better than the mid-range... I don't know what we were calling it before. The Mardu inspired Rakdos deck. So now we've got Rakdos aggro and Rakdos control, and we're trying both of them. Yeah, I see you, little girl. You're distracting me. You're distracting me. I'm trying to play a game here. I'm trying to Twitch stream. Okay, so is this playable? Yeah, I think so. We'll eventually get a black mana, but even if we don't, like, whatever, we've got plenty of things to cast, so let's get there. I think I'm going to Shatter Skull Smashing first, put that into play as a land, because I think getting to 3 mana is probably more important than anything right now. Ooh, maybe I don't play it on turn 1, maybe I play it on turn 2, just to play with fire playable range here, because they, you don't want them getting Luminarch dude out into play and just have him get out of range immediately if you missed your chance to play with fire. Oh, it's okay. He's foretelling something in white. It's probably a white-blue deck though, right? That he's playing, not just white. Mono white, does mono white have any good foretell cards? I'll figure it out soon enough. Okay, so now here we play this tapped, so we don't take the damage. We still have enough up for play with fire. I like that we have a burn down the house in the hand just in case things get out of hand. But hopefully we'll be casting this for its its 1/1 devils. Another white. This is interesting. Oh, okay. So it's a life gain deck. This is kind of like the deck I kind of introduced. Let's see if they can pull off what I was attempting with my version. Okay, so is he ever going to have some lands? I mean, if he's playing the same deck I made, he's definitely playing some non-basic lands that this will make a great target for. But I think this... So let's say he's playing Wrath. He's playing Wrath like my deck. This will be a fun little thing to incentivize him to Wrath me, as opposed to this guy just being a... I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying now. I think... yeah, so he Wrathed. Wow, for one creature, basically, he Wrathed. That's really interesting. So we got rid of it. That's right. That's the Foretell card. Yeah, that's the Foretell card that I was thinking. If I play my Field of Ruin now, he's going to be less likely to play his non-basic lands, but whatever. We want to play that because then we can have a mana up for Play with Fire. Not that it's going to matter, because I have a feeling that he's probably just going to destroy this creature and not play any other creatures. His deck works off of the assumption that he doesn't need creatures. He's just wrathing the board and making tokens that can replace themselves. That's how I played the deck, at least. The life gain deck. I like it. It's a lot of fun. Really hard to kill your opponent. Sunset Revelry. Okay. There's nothing we can do with Play with Fire to make that work, except if we don't want him to draw a card. If we want to prevent him from drawing a card, we could Play with Fire him for 2, he'll go to 12, and then he'll go back up to 16, and he'll still get the 2 1/1s, but that's not going to matter at all. Or we could save, but he wouldn't draw a card. That's what's important. I say we do it, because this isn't going to have a lot of legal targets, and his 2 1/1s are not going to kill my Reckless Stormseeker. So this will just prevent him from drawing a card, and that's what Sunset Revelry is really good at doing, is drawing cards. We'll leave that on top. So he played his card. It's not going to be night anytime soon, I don't think. If I can spare myself from casting a spell for a turn, then it'll turn to night, and then this guy will get bigger, and then all will be right in the world. Still hasn't commented back. Okay, so he's got an angel. That sucks. But I can kill it. I can kill it on his turn. So let's do that. Let's let it turn to night. We'll kill it on his turn. Kind of sucks that we can't do both. We have enough mana to do both, because it'll turn to night, and then this will cost 1. That sucks. And he still hasn't played any. It's aggravating. So we're not gonna attack, because then our guy would die. Or we attack. No, he's just gonna. No attacks this turn. I know this is probably a bad strategy, but we want it to turn tonight. That's more important, I think, than killing his guy right away. Let's be patient about this. We don't need to rush this. We still, like, let's hope that he plays a non-basic land. He's got another Wrath. Ah, perfect. Look at that. I couldn't make this stuff up. Right? It's just like it was meant to be. Draw 3 cards and gain 3 life. Cool. Let's go ahead and take out his land now. Let's be impatient about it. We still have Moonranger Slash, which can kill his angel, which we will do. And you know what? I think this is going to work out. He's going to get an angel because of Revitalize, right? He's already going to be getting an angel. And we need a black. This is great. This is super. Super great. Okay, so we needed a black. We got that. We need to kill his angel, but he's probably going to attack with this angel because he's getting another angel next turn. So as he gets this angel, we'll let him get through with this angel here that's attacking, and then we'll kill the angel that he gets that's untapped. Perfect, see? Look at that. It doesn't have vigilance or anything. So he thinks he's like, oh, I'm getting through, and then I'm getting another angel, and I'm still going to be able to block you, blah, 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 blah. Nope. I'm killing that. Look at that. It's all about hitting your opponent with damage. A damage! Ooh, nice. I like that. Too bad they're not goblins, right? So, we're going to get in there with this thing, I think. I like doing that a little bit better. Right? Than this guy. Actually, no. This guy's a lot more fun. Right? Other goblins, and then you can tap him. No, he'll get tapped from attacking. So we're just going to play this. I don't know why it's leaving. There we go. I want the red up, so it makes him think that I have like a burn spell or something. He might have something in his hand that he wants to respond with. I don't know what it's going to be. What's it going to be, man? Hobgoblin, Bandit Lord. Target a creature for my haste. It's going to be that guy. Neither one of them are going to be stoppable. Oh, this isn't a goblin. I forgot. Okay. He doesn't get the bonus. So this may not have been the right play. Hunger for More is probably the better play. But you know what? He doesn't know that I'm playing Hunger for More yet. And this could be a nice little surprise for him. If I ever get low on life, he might be thinking that I'm about to win, and then he loses. We are 1 mana away from Burn Down the House, getting a bunch of devils, which that might be how we go with that. He's really low on cards. In a life gain deck like this, he should have had some card draw by now. I know he played Revitalize, and Sunset Revelry. I denied him a card with Sunset Revelry. Oh, this is Doomscar. Okay. He didn't gain any life this turn, right? Oh, there it is. Here's the life that he gains. Okay. A land, I'll take that. No reason not to play it, as far as I know. We can do this and let him block. I'm not too worried about that because we can always recast it later. But is it better? No, we should cast this first. That's the obvious play. Definitely cast that first so we can get other tokens out of our casting these. There's a little bit of life gain, right? Every time you cast a white spell, gain a life. Okay. So now he's got a little bit more life gain, and he just cast another Revitalize, so that's another card draw, another angel. And then he's going to draw a card from this. So I have to get through with some damage. How am I going to do that? Probably this. He won't be able to block my Witch because of Menace. And I can cast this twice. Oh, nice, right? Cast it twice. I really don't want him drawing cards. Yep. So you're going to take 6, and you're going to be down less than what you started with, so this won't trigger the card draw. That's what I wanted. Oh, he's going to take it all. Nice. I go to 17. Oh, he might have a Sunset Revelry in hand, which will draw him a card. Not yet. He has to play 2 cards to get a card off of Sunset Revelry. But he'll get creatures out of it. I don't care that much about his creatures, except that if he's got 2 blockers, he can block the Witch. Oh, what's this? This is an interesting play. I haven't seen this card played ever. So he did cast 2 spells. You got a blocker. Nice attackers. Now I can Wrath the board and kill all his stuff, but I kill all my stuff too. But I gain a bunch of life for doing that. And then I can, no, I can't. I can't do both. I have to wait. But 5, let's attack first. Let's go ahead and attack first. Right? No, because then I won't get the trigger of these guys. I mean, his creatures are definitely getting out of hand. We should definitely do something about that. And what does this guy do again? Whenever an opponent casts an instant or sorcery spell, they may pay 2. If they don't, you copy it. Okay, he doesn't have the mana. Oh, I have to pay the mana. But I have the mana to do it. So basically it makes all your spells cost 2 more, which I'm cool with. Auto pay. Because it's only going to last 1 turn. He did gain more life than he started with, so yeah, he's going to draw a card from this guy. But is the card that he drew a life gain card? It just has to be a white card, I guess, and then it gains life. Search for glory, search for a spell. Oh, okay, that's going to find him a spell that he wants. It has to be a snow permanent, a legendary card. Oh, okay, Faceless Haven. Good choice, sir. That is a good choice. He's going to put another Wrath spell in his foretell zone. And he gets a thingy. Very cool. Okay. So his guy blocks my 3/3. I can't really attack with that. I could Wrath the board, but he's just going to, I don't know, do something. He's not going to Wrath the board. That's for sure. Equal the number of goblins that enter the battlefield. This will incentivize him to Wrath the board, which I want him to do now. I'm running out of cards. I need more card draw. In an aggro deck, honestly, this is like the worst deck to play against with an aggro deck. Like, I would rather play against a control deck than a life gain deck in a Rakdos aggro deck, right? This is the worst matchup we could have gotten, probably. I think that the game is kind of over. He's definitely got card advantage. He's got a card advantage engine that he's just going to keep getting more and more card advantage with. And he's going to gain life. Look at that. More card advantage. He's just going to keep gaining life, keep gaining 3/3s. That's how this deck works. That's why I love it. But it sucks against control decks, that's for sure. And it sucks against so many other things, too. Aggro decks it can hold its ground against. Which is kind of funny, but I mean, you're gaining life, so in essence, you're... Better not be my truck. I'm gonna have to check. I hear honking. Give me 1 second. I'll leave this going. Not my car. Everything's all good. All right. Yeah, you're gonna get another angel. Yeah. What's it to ya? Yeah. Okay, should we go ahead and burn down this house? Is it about time? Is it about time to burn down the house? That's not how what is it? Shoot. Dash Punk, Crystal Method. No, it's none of those. Fat Boy Slim. That's how the Fat Boy Slim song goes. Right about now, the Funk Soul Brothers. Check it out now. The Funk Soul Brothers. Great band, by the way, if you haven't heard of them. Check them out. On iTunes. No, not iTunes. Just go to YouTube. All right, so we've got a lot of options now. Sort of. We have a option. We have a creature that survives a Wrath that he's probably not going to Wrath with this on the board. But I do have to put down a bunch of creatures in order for that to stay alive, which I have a way of doing. This is why this deck has a nice little finisher like this. Ooh, that's annoying. That's gonna be really annoying, right? Drawing 2 cards a turn. No bueno. Beginning of your upkeep. Okay, so I just have to deal him 2 damage, right? If I can deal him. No, it has to be at the beginning. Draw a card if your life total is greater than. So I just have to deal him 1 damage so far, because he only gained 1 life. Because the counter's at 20. Oh, the counter for this is 27. The counter for this is 26. Okay, so now he gained 3 life, so that triggers that. That's nice. So I have to deal 3 damage to him. Search for a snow legendary. What's he gonna look for? Another Faceless Haven? I don't mind this card in this deck that he's playing. It's kind of neat. I can't remember if I'm playing snow in the version that I made. Another Faceless Haven. Wow. Wow. Kind of lame. Gain a life for each snow spent to cast it. Okay, never mind. So he gained another 3 life on top of that. So I have to deal him 6 damage now in order to go back down to 26. I don't even have to do the math. It's right on the card. The counters. 26. It says it right there. 32 to 26. Yeah, you're going to gain some life. Yeah, you're going to put a creature into play. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So here's the choice I have to make. He's got a Wrath spell. I should wait, shouldn't I? I should wait. What I could do is like I could attack with the Predator. And then he's going to block. And then I Wrath, sacrificing this guy. No, because then I don't get to attack with this. Do I need to attack with this? Does he have anything in his graveyard that I care about? I don't think he does. It's not about that. It's about... I think it's more about keeping myself alive at this point, not trying to deal him damage. He's going to be gaining lots of life. He's going to be drawing lots of cards. Maybe he'll draw himself out. You know, I'm at 40, he's at 30. God, this is a long game for an aggro deck. I don't know if I want to do this anymore. Let's not attack. It's kind of lame. This was an experiment. A failure of an experiment. Yeah, you get to draw cards. Yeah. I don't know what he's going to do. I don't know. He's going to attack with a bunch of stuff, probably. That's pretty cool. Each player gains 3 life. Aha! Shatter Skull Smashing. That works. And then also a land. It's going to be this one, because I can definitely play that. Boom. I have to reveal it, so that kind of sucks. Oh, look at that. Destroy a creature. Instant speed. So what he's going to try to do is wrath the board to get rid of my Predator, and then at instant speed, he's going to Fateful Absence in response to me sacking a creature to this guy to give him indestructible. And that'll work. Except that I can make a second creature and sack that as well. Like, he's just trying to think of ways to get around this Predator, but he doesn't need to. Yeah, he's going to try and do that. Okay, so I'm going to block with this guy. Block. I'm going to use his ability. I'm going to take 6. Sacrifice another creature. That's fine. Go ahead. I don't like that I have to do that, but I did it. Yeah, go ahead and do it. I know you want to. Yep, there it is. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create this as a creature, and I'm going to sack him. Because I think he has only got the one spell that destroys a creature. I don't like that I have to do this, but this is what I have to do. And he still has a Wrath on the sideboard, so that kind of sucks. Oh yeah, I get to get rid of stuff, like it matters. Let's get rid of his Wraths. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. It sucks I had to get rid of one of my creatures. I get an investigation token! Or a clue. Yeah, that's what that is. I should just call it a clue. I got a clue! Should I use it now? Now that I can't do anything about what's going to happen, let's do it. Let's find out. There's nothing else I can do right now. Sweet! Oh, that's useful. I like it. That's very useful. It smells so sweet, doesn't it? We can get rid of his blocker. We can gain some life. Let's do it. Okay, so 4, 5, 6. I can deal 4 damage. It doesn't sound like a great deal, does it? I think it's better to just go attack in with this, gain a bunch of life, attack him with that. Or maybe I don't attack with this. Yeah, I don't think I should attack with this. 5 mana. I should create tokens, I think. He can kill all of my creatures. And I'm at 8. You know what he can do? He can Wrath. If he wanted to win, all he has to do is on his turn, Wrath the board, and then double activate his Faceless Havens. Does he have enough mana to do that? 3 for, that's 3 right there. And then he needs 6 more mana, which he has, right? So 3 for this, 3 for this, that's 6. So he's got a total of 9 mana to Wrath and double Faceless Haven and then kill me because I'm only at 8. And I can't do anything about it because no matter what I do, if he Wraths first, then I don't have any blockers. Like, I have to tap this guy. So I'm kind of screwed no matter what, right? This is just an I'm screwed scenario, no matter what I do. I think my best bet is to just... Oh, no, because I'll be gaining life this turn. That's right. Hunger for More will inevitably gain me some life, so I don't just lose to Wrath double Faceless Haven. Which means that since I have a chance, I think it's best if I put down a bunch of creatures with Burn Down the House. So that's my best chance of winning, is if I force him to Wrath, or, well, if he doesn't Wrath, then he'll be attacking with 3 Angels as well. I think I'm kind of screwed no matter what. But this... Here's what this will do. This is what this will do. I'll put this out as well. So I have a creature that I can sacrifice to my Predator. And then I'll just attack with these guys, gain 6 life. And maybe he'll block, maybe he won't. Doesn't matter, because what matters is that I'm gaining 6 life and that he's attacking into a 4/4 that becomes indestructible if I want it to. Okay. After talking it through, I do have at least one more turn to live. At least. But, I mean, am I really going to get him to draw his whole deck before losing? That seems to be the win condition right now. Get my opponent to draw his whole deck with Sigarda Splendor. So I should just let him gain a bunch of life. It's such a bad plan. At least this thing's legendary, right? Like, at least he's not just doing that a bunch of times. So he's doing this pre-wrath. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, that's cruel. That's a neat trick I didn't think of. Shoot, where's my instant speed removal? Oh, now he's just going to have a land that's always a land. That is a neat trick. I like that a lot. Should have thought of that. Very neat trick. And I think I only have the one Field of Ruin. So that's not going to help me. Dang. So he's never going to activate that again. Shoot. Wish I had an instant speed removal right here. Clever girl. Maybe I can force him to sack that thing. Or activate it. Why would he ever? He would never. Yeah, I just lost my chance to win the game if he's smart enough to never turn this into a creature again. That's cool. Gosh, and there's so many ways to destroy lands in red that you'd think that I would have a backup plan. But no. Okay, that's game. I'm just going to quit now because I know how this is inevitably going to end. He's smart enough to not activate this. I was not smart enough to think of that. That's a really clever trick. Really clever trick. And I don't have a Field of Ruin to protect it. Or to kill it. I like that. That's very cool. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool trick. Let's check. Let's check my my life gain deck real quick to see. Is it this one? Or is it this one? Is this the one? Let's see if I'm playing snow. This one's the monocolored one. No, I'm not. I'm not playing snow. And I could be playing snow. I could totally be playing snow for that reason. Just to play Sigarda's Splendor on my land and then never be able to lose. That's so cool. Why didn't I think of that? Is it better to do that? Yeah, that is such a cool trick that I never thought of. Yeah, I'm totally changing it up now. Totally doing that now. Okay. Heck, do we even need the Biblioplex? Probably not, huh? Oh yeah, and he used that other Snow White card. Snow White. He used the other snow card, this one, to go find his Faceless Havens, which is kind of neat. So let's see. Lands. Oh, I do have this guy, but he doesn't matter if you're playing snow. That matters if your opponents are playing snow. Snow lands. Boom. Yeah. Boom. Okay, so 15 snowlands, 4 Faceless Havens. Does Biblioplex make sense in this deck? I don't think you need Biblioplex. You've got a lot of card draw anyway. Playing 23 lands? Oh, Cave of the Frost Dragon. Is this... Gosh, this it would make sense that this would be a snowland, don't you think? Yeah, I would think so. This should have been a snowland, right? Frost Dragon. It looks pretty icy. Maybe it's because it's an ice land and not a snowland. Maybe that's what the thing is here. Snowfield Sinkhole? What's that supposed to be? That's cool. That's pretty. Aurora Borealis. Hi Luna. You back for more? Just want some attention? Okay. So my deck plays Doomscar, but it also plays Vanquish the Horde. I wish that I could be playing more Cosmos Elixir. Two of these, you probably, yeah, you don't want to be playing more than two of these, that's for sure. More than two of these, maybe. Maybe not, I'm not really sure. But yeah, this was, oh, you have to exile this card in order to do that. But such a cool trick, right? Oh, there you are, little girl. Meow. What's up? Talk to me, little girl. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Sorry, distracted by cats. Cats are great, aren't they? Yeah, so this deck, oh, Borrowed Time. Okay, that's kind of nice. Revitalize, Potion of Healing, Fateful Absence, Portable Hole, Candle Trap. That's right, I was playing Candle Trap. Do I need to be playing Candle Trap? I mean, if I had the other cards that I was hoping to get, like more of these, then maybe. I don't think you need more than two of those. I mean, what else was that guy playing besides what I've just have here? Not much, right? I don't think we need this card. Let's add another snow-covered plains, and to make sure you draw Faceless Haven. I mean, there's so much card draw in this. Like, why would you need to add ways to do that? So much card draw. He was able to remove all of my creatures with Doomscar every time. He just had so many Doomscars. Yeah, he was totally playing my deck. Faceless Angel. Faceless Angel. That's what I'm calling it. That'll be a nice little reminder of like that Faceless Haven is an angel, and I can sacrifice my Book of Exalted to kill or to make the game impossible for my opponents to win. So, yeah, I like that idea. That's cool. Should I play more Field of Ruin? Maybe. Play another Field of Ruin, take away one of those. Yeah, that's cool. The curve on this deck's so weird. More Borrowed Time? Yeah, probably should play more Borrowed Time, less Portable Hole or Candle Trap, yeah. Portable Hole's probably fine. But it's just another card that you can get rid of, but so is Borrowed Time. I'm just thinking about the curve. Luna, you're so sweet. But you're not talking. Talk to me, little girl. Tell me. Tell me your secrets. Okay, sorry. Mumbling again. Okay. Yeah, that's that deck. And what we didn't do yet, we didn't test the Rakdos control version. So let's do that. Let's play test this one. We got one success out of the Rakdos aggro, and then we got paired up with like the worst matchup that we could possibly get paired up with. It was Life Gain versus Rakdos aggro. Just stalls the game until you just, yeah. Hi, little girl. Oh, look at you. So cute. All right, so we've got a pretty good hand here. Got all the colors we need. We've got removal. We've got a nice little starter card. We will play the Eye Tyrant card first, because we can play all of our other lands untapped if we wanted to. We don't want to have to play this untapped, but we don't even need to worry about that just yet. Yeah, see? We're doing great. Okay, so he's playing a white-green life gain deck probably, or humans. He's playing humans. Okay. So humans, let's take his best human card. He probably doesn't have a lot of removal in his deck. So lucky us, right? Let's play the one land that matters the least. Play this guy. Yeah, we're going to play him as a creature, obviously. And then check out his hand. No creatures. No! Turn in 7. So that's actually, that's not the worst thing in the world. So what if he's not playing creatures? I've got a 2/1 and he's got a 1/1. Let's make a deal. A druid class. Okay, so he's playing some sort of ramp. Probably ramp chariot. Yeah, he's playing some sort of ramp deck. That's weird. He's probably got that bug that multiplies itself. The scoot bug. My turn, my turn. Okay, so if he is playing the scoot bug, eventually I want to grab it with this guy. But chances are he's not going to play the scoot bug anytime soon. So I think the next step of what we should do, play this as red. And then we play a Sedgemoor Witch. Because then all of our dreams will come true. Should we attack? This guy comes back from the graveyard, but we kind of want him to die, don't we? We don't need him gaining life from his static ability. Is it a worthwhile trade? Sure. I think it's a worthwhile trade. Why? Because... Oh, but he's not going to trade. That's even better. Even better. It's interesting he didn't want to trade. He wants to gain life. That's his priority. Better check your priority. Oh. He's got nothing going on right now. How interesting. Deals damage to a planeswalker, so I'm going to save that for Ren and 7. After he creates his reach dude, I'll just, boom, kill his planeswalker. That'll be nice. That's not going to do much good. I won't get rid of his reach dude, but this will. Shatter Skull Smashing. Okay, so I'm going to take the turn. Play with fire. That'll get rid of his dude. That'll really piss him off. Alright. Yeah, Ender's Tap. We don't need it to untap right now. Let's go ahead and get rid of his dude now. Why not? We don't want him to be tempted into blocking my 2/1 now, do we? We don't need that. And next turn, I can play my other Shatter Skull Smashing as a land, and if I do, if I play it untapped, I can attack with this thing also. But let's see how he responds to that play. He has enough for Ren and 7, so he's probably, yep, he's gonna do that. He didn't have Chariot out, so he can't copy his Reach dude. But, you know, lucky me, I can just get rid of his Ren and 7 now. And this thing has Menace, so I can always get through with that. Gonna be getting a lot more of these 1/1s every time I cast a spell. So that's fun. I could actually... No, I can't do both. I don't have enough mana to do both. Okay. Oh. Well, that's... Okay, so I'm playing this as a land. And then I'll go up to 5 land. Unfortunately... Yep, enters tapped. That's fine. I don't need to play another spell this turn. I could have done both. I could have got rid of his reach dude. That might have been useful, but I could still get through with 3 damage, so that's all I really care about. So get rid of his planeswalker first. 3 damage to target planeswalker. This is more my control deck. My control Rakdos. Go ahead and attack with Menace. He can't block. And then see what happens. This doesn't have Menace, does it? No, it's just 3/3, get rid of things from graveyards. Land you control becomes a creature with haste. Oh. Equal to the number of lands you control. So it's the same as this thing, but it has haste. Oh, does it untap? Nope. Doesn't untap. Cool. I can double Soul Shatter. No, I don't have enough land for that. That sucks. So that Soul Shatter is going to hit this because it costs 1. Stupid. Wow, Soul Shatter backfiring. Getting rid of the creature you don't want. That's so weird, right? I think it's weird. That's useful. Okay, so now I can double Soul Shatter, which means I can get rid of a lot more than I had thought. Let's go ahead and do it. I'll get a bunch of 1/1s out of it, right? Is he going to get rid of his land, though? Let's see. Let's find out what he does. No matter what happens, I'm still getting through with 3. Oh, his blocker. Got rid of his blocker. That's really weird. Not sure why he did that. Okay, so I can just attack with everything. It's not like he has trample with his land. Just haste. He just didn't want to lose lands. If he lost his land, it would have made that guy a 5/5. Would have made him smaller. So I'm 1 land away from casting this guy as a Planeswalker, which is probably really scary for him. He doesn't have trample, so I can just chump block my 1/1s. I don't care about this flyer, it's just a 1/1. So is that. 2 1/1s I kind of care about. But I have like a burn down the house probably in this. Yeah, I've got a bunch of burn down the house in this deck. Which I'm totally cool with using. He's out of cards, and he probably doesn't have any kind of card draw ability in this deck. He's not attacking, that's smart. Alright, a land. And guess what? Ba-da-ba-da! Planeswalker. Beautiful. Exile target artifact or creature. That's probably what I'm going to do. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? Exile target artifact or creature. Wait a minute. I don't have any reach with my guys. But can I do 10 damage? No. I can do 9 damage. Ugh. Oh, so close. So close. Well, this will encourage him to... Okay, so this will encourage him to attack in with his 8/8. Nice. Okay, so I'm just not attacking here, because that would be dumb. Hopefully he can't give his land flying. Sacrifice a land, search for up to 2 basic lands. That is not flying. Sorry, dude. Tybalt is going to wreck your world. Big time. Big time. Big time now, yes. Big time. Yeah, go ahead and attack with both. Yeah, go ahead. Oh no, ay caramba. Yeah, you are doomed. Tell me about it. Oh, yeah. I drew the perfect card too. Okay, that worked. That worked. Okay, let's try it again. See if it works twice in a row. If it does, then we'll know that this is a pretty decent deck. More decent than the aggro version. Try it again. That's why we play test, right? And this deck has, I think, more black in it than the other deck. The other deck had more red, which you could probably transition to like an all-red goblin deck if we... But there's just not enough really good goblins. I think goblins would be much better in Historic, I think, right now. Because of that 2-drop goblin uncommon. So good. He's so good. And I can think of a few other goblins that would be really good in a Historic deck, including that one. Yeah, there's a lot of good goblins in Historic. Alright, is this a keepable hand? I'd say so. Yeah. Got some removal. I got a nice Valky I can deal with. Yeah, definitely keepable. Definitely keepable. 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 Hell yeah. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and play this as a red so that we can play with fire. Because we have a swamp. I don't usually play these first, but because I don't have a red in my hand, I think that's the best way to go. Nothing to play with fire with? Okay. So we'll just swamp. And we'll Valky now. Will he have a 2-mana counter? It's less likely for creatures than it is for non-creature spells. I think there's one counter spell that counters creature spells, but he also has the possibility of the land counter spell that like I'd have to pay 1. So he might be playing that card. So there's 2 cards that I have to worry about him countering this with. But let's go ahead and do it because the whole idea is all I want to do is look at his hand. So if he's got a counter spell, that tells me a little bit more about the deck anyway. So it kind of accomplishes the same thing. Yeah, okay, Jwari Disruption. That's what I was talking about. I have to pay 1 extra. So I was kind of expecting that, but at the same time, I wasn't sure what kind of blue-black deck he's playing. But now this kind of tells me he's playing more of a control blue-black, which tells me I can play a little bit more conservatively. That is the more aggro play. Okay. That's a good card. That's a good card to include in the life gain deck. It gains life and draws cards, so it's exactly what you want to be doing. Yeah, that's a great addition for that deck, I think. All right, so now we're going to play another Swamp. And we're going to play the Sedge Witch. Or the Sedge, yeah, Sedgemoor Witch. And let's see if he has a removal. It has Ward, so he's less likely to get rid of it, but I mean, it's so worth getting rid of for 3 life. I mean, yeah. Oh, okay, Memory Deluge. He's hungry for lands, it looks like. Otherwise, he would have cast that on my turn. Which is nice because now I know that he's not going to counter another one of my spells. I can get away with a lot more now. I probably want a Cathartic Pyre away my other Cathartic Pyre. Depending on what I draw, I think. It's important that I draw lands because I know I'm going to get more of this guy. I'm playing 4 of him. It's important that I draw lands for this. So I think the best cards to get me right now is lands. So I can just discard some of these like removal spells. I probably want to keep this because I want to get rid of planeswalkers. But like this card's probably not going to do me a lot of good against a deck like his, it seems. So he's playing Esper so far, is what I can tell. So first things first, let's do a Cathartic Pyre. Let's find out what I can draw. Discard up to 2 cards, then draw that many cards. I'm going to discard. Let's actually discard both of my Play with Fires. I don't think I'm going to be needing those as much as Bloodchief Thirst, in case he's got some Planeswalkers. I mean, Professor Onyx is a really great black Planeswalker that I'd be worried about him casting. Really hard to deal with. So is that the Spider Planeswalker. Let's go ahead and get rid of my Play with Fire. And then hope we draw... Nope. Okay, so we're going to play Crawling Barrens. And we're going to hang on to those Bloodchief Thirst. And then we're going to Cathartic Pyre them away if we have to. But hopefully we don't have to. We're going to go ahead and attack. I am broadcasting, aren't I? Yeah, I still have a viewer. Probably my bro. I don't know if he's actively viewing me or not. Like if he can hear me. Some people watch Twitches silently. I know my buddy Sam does. Let's see here. Yeah, it says that it's recording and streaming, so just don't get a lot of interaction here. Let's see. Is there any comments? Oh, there is a comment. Just sat down. We need to play EDH together. Okay. Why EDH? I need to learn how to stream, by the way. Trust me, I have a lot to learn here because I don't even like I've seen Twitches where the screen has text coming up and that's the chat box, and like if that was the case, then I could be responding to chats like as they pop up on my screen, but I don't know how to do that. I need to figure it out. It's a lot I need to figure out. I'm gonna go ahead and end the turn. There's nothing that I can really do right now. Next turn, I'm going to be Cathartic Pyring again, discarding, well, depending on what I draw, I might be discarding Bloodchief's Thirst in a Swamp, or 2 Blood Chief Thirst, which I don't want to have to do because he might just be nope, no Planeswalker. Actually, he could have played a Planeswalker last turn because of this card. Yeah, okay. He just wants to change it from night to day. That's his thing. So he can draw and discard. Uh-oh. Someone's at the door. I'm going to go grab it real quick and come right back. Just a package. All right. Okay, cool. So we have another witch. That's pretty nice. We have to pay attention to the fact that he might be playing planeswalkers. I definitely want to play the swamp. Or wrath. I should have said wrath. Sorry. He could be playing planeswalkers and he could be playing wraths. So maybe we don't go all in on creatures, but we do want to aggro the crap out of this guy as quickly as possible. But there's no need to do it until next. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's draw out some of that removal from his hand and see if we can't do that here. Yes, take action. We don't really need Crawling Barrens to win. That's not what like the win condition is of this deck. There's a lot of win conditions, but the main one I think is probably ramping up to Valky and then planeswalkering him to death. Yep. Okay, so he's got some removal. No Wraths yet. I haven't seen a Wrath yet. He's 1 mana away from Deluging for 7, which will get him whatever he needs, most likely. So I'm glad that he did that before attack, so now I know a little bit more about what his plan is. But I am a land down now, but I haven't drawn a second Valky, so... Would have been nice to be able to see what was in his hand, so I know a little bit more about his deck, but I just have to assume that he's playing like a meat hook to get rid of my creatures, or Shadow's Verdict. That'd work too. So I'm glad I didn't play my Witch, right? I took out... wow, yeah. It was a 1-for-1 with his Wrath spell. Nice, huh? Okay, so that doesn't matter. I don't care about that. Okay, so there's a card I can get rid of. Let's do that first, because we're hoping that we draw a land, and if we do, we can get rid of Sedgemoor Witch, or we can play our Sedgemoor Witch. Not get rid of. He could have another counter spell, and that's fine. So I'm discarding one of these and one of these. Very nice, right? Couldn't ask for a better combo than that. No counters, nice. He probably isn't playing a full set of Jurari Disruption, although not a lot of people do. I like doing that. Let's see, what is this? Oh, those are the pathways. That's a pathway. Okay, so yeah, he might not be playing very many of these Jurari Disruptions. Got Fading Hope, but it doesn't do much good if your creature, you have to pay 3 life to do it. That's like getting an attack in, right? Defeats the purpose. Ooh. Okay. Okay, so that's kind of... That's a build-around card right there. Man, talk about Snapcaster to the exponent. Meat hooks. Hey, I can get rid of his creatures right now. Creatures get -1 when a creature dies. So I can make this 0, right? And then his creatures still die. Oh no, it has to be 1, -1. Okay, so I'll do that. I'll make his guys -1. Pay 1. Yeah, auto pay. See what he does. Maybe he tries to counter this. Yep. Oh, back to my hand. Okay. Cool. Well, I'll just skip my attack this turn and maybe I'll clue it up. Have I played a land this turn? Can't remember. Might as well clue now, just in case. There's nothing I can do on his turn. Ah, nice. Beautiful. So I'm back up to 6 lands. He's at 8. Memory Deluge. Nice. So he played a land, and his only mana source now is colorless, so I know he's not going to be able to do anything in response to what I do next turn. And that's just going to put cards in his hand. He doesn't have to reveal them, unfortunately, but that is going to help him find exactly what he's looking for, I'm guessing. All right, if I had one more land, this would be so perfect. Oh, I can cast it as a creature and see what's in his hand and get the whole gist of what's going on here. Obviously, I should do this first. Let's go ahead and do that. But, man, one land away. So was it a bad idea to activate my land then? Yeah, I guess that must have been a misplay, but how was I supposed to know, right? I would have been one land ahead. Yeah. So we're doing this. We're auto-paying. Yeah, that's fine. Get rid of his dudes. Gain some life. Do I want to Valky here? I will see what's in his hand, but I will miss out on the chance of drawing a land and then being able to cast him as Planeswalker, which would be essential. He's probably got Elrond's Epiphany, so he's going to do that next turn, probably. That's what he drew into. Or maybe he'll double cast it. That's another popular thing to do. So let's find out. Let's find out what he's got in his hand. I'm probably going to hit nothing, but at least I'll see. It'll be... oh, a creature! Ooh, that's so good! Okay, but he does have a Wrath. Okay, yeah, that's right, because he is playing white. But he's only got one white. That's interesting. Oh, but he's got Environmental Sciences. Okay, does he have enough to Environmental Sciences, get a land, play it, and then cast Doomscar for 5? Yes, I believe he does. And there's nothing I can do about it. So, that's going to go back to his hand, unfortunately. Nothing we can do about that. He's got so much bounce. Yeah, I know exactly what he's going to do. Prediction. So yeah, he's going to get a plains, he's going to play the plains, and he's going to Doomscar, kill both my creatures. Yup. At least I got to see his hand and see what he's up to. You know? That's really what I wanted to do. That was essentially the main thing. Because now I got a Sedgemoor Witch I can play. I gotta be careful about casting instants and sorceries with this in his hand. So now that I know that's there, that's pretty cool. There's that land that I need. I would not have been able to play it though, I don't think. I wouldn't have been able to get away with playing this as a Planeswalker, I think. He doesn't have any counter spells, but he does... You know what? Never mind. I'm totally wrong about that. That just straight up sucks. I'm surprised he doesn't have more land creatures to target with my Field of Ruin, which isn't doing much right now. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Get your 2 1/1s. There's that dude. Okay, so I can kill that thing with my Bloodchief's Thirst, but he's got access to all of his stuff now. That's scary. Is there a combo in there? I mean, he just has access to all of his stuff. So he could counter some stuff. He's got 3 mana up, so he could pretty much do anything. He can do anything he wants right now. So the trick here is to try and get rid of this guy. That's the game. That's the game we play. I can just hold the card in my hand. I don't need to play a land until I get... He's probably gonna just kill my creature if I do nothing. And that's probably fine for now. Except I don't want him doing that. There's nothing I can do about it, though. This isn't instant speed. If it was, I could get away with that. He does have that in his graveyard, so he's playing more than one of these dudes. Just counterspell and this dude. It's so lame. Oops, no attacks. Yeah, he's just gonna kill it with, or bounce it. Oh, he didn't. He had the mana to do it, but he didn't. I guess he's worried about his losing his guy. Like he's worried that I have a burn spell in my hand that can kill that thing. And I might. You know, he doesn't know that. It'd have to be instant speed. Instant speed removal, which I don't have in this deck, I think. Oh! 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 I don't care about that. I knew he was going to get rid of my creature. It's interesting that he got rid of it that way. Such a mean card. I am at 22. Oh, here we go. So he's going to counter this, no matter what I do. But let's see. Does he have enough mana to counter and save his guy from Bloodchief's Thirst? Do I have enough mana? I don't have enough mana to cast both. That sucks. Even if I played this land, I don't have enough mana. I'm 1 mana short. Oh, that sucks. To do both. So I save it. He's gonna trip up somewhere. He's gonna like Memory Deluge on his turn for 7 because he thinks he's unstoppable or something. Or he's gonna like forget that I have a Field of Ruin or something. Yeah, go ahead and attack for 3. That's fine. This guy's pretty cool. That's annoying. I really don't need that. So let's get rid of it. Black? Yeah, let's get black. Well, there's not a lot of lands left in my deck, but I'm still drawing them. Let's go ahead and move this along. So, this deck, less control-y than a true control deck with actual counters in it. So what does that mean? Does that mean that we have a bad deck? It's not going to work? Discard. Shoot. I don't want to discard either of these cards. We save it. We save it. Let's move it along. Take 3 more. Go to 10. Let's do it. Come on, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, come on. Come on. Take 3. Yeah. What else you got? Come stay. Well, that's kind of neat. He can do that on his turn, and then on my turn it goes back to night because he didn't cast anything. That's a neat little trick. Be able to do that. That's a pretty cool card then. Wow, is he going to draw his whole deck? Where's he at? 31 cards? No. Draw mine first. Yeah, that's a pretty cool trick. Except that he gets to discard cards, but you know what? He's just building his graveyard up. That's pretty cool. I wouldn't call it a combo, but it's a neat little trick. That's for sure. That should go in my blue-white deck. So should that. I've got one of each of those. Both legendary, so playing one has its perks. Okie dokie. So, I can do this. Okay, so he's got 3 mana taps. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana. What can he do with 8 mana? He can Test of Talents. That's a real threat. He can Draw Disruption. That's not going to do anything. He can Divide it by 0. That's something he can do. So I'm most worried about his Test of Talents right now. I don't care about his Doom Scar or environmental. I don't care. All I care is divided by 0 and Test of Talents. So if I cast Burn Down the House, he's gonna Test of Talents. So what I start with is Blood Chief Thirst, I think. Pay 4. And then I don't have enough. Oh, I do have enough for Burn Down the House. So he's probably gonna Test of Talents here, right? That's what he should do. Oh, he's gonna bounce his own creature. Different. Okay. Huh. Okay. Sure. Buys me a turn. Not the best way to go about things. He also loses access to all of his stuff. And this costs 5 mana, so that's going to be a lot of mana that he doesn't get to use. Okay, yep, there it comes back. And then he has access to Test of Talents again. He's probably got one in his hand, too, to be honest. Alright. Yeah, can't really do much else. Ah, here we go. So I have to deal 4 with this thing? Actually, I don't have to deal 4. I only have to deal 1 if I can get away with this. So I'm going to go ahead and do that first. And then I can cast that other spell for 3. Is that the best way to do this? Nah, let's just dump this. Force him to get rid of some of his other stuff. Auto pay. Yeah, this is what it's come to. Divided by 0. Alright, put it back into my hand. Nice. Not even gonna Test of Talents. I'm surprised. That would have been the first thing I did, is Test of Talents. Anything that's a sorcery or instant, just get rid of it as quickly as possible. Just keep doing that. Maybe you should be playing more of that card. So now I can't really do anything else. If he ever puts a creature into play that's also a land. Ah, there it is. A creature that's a land. Boom. Take it out. You gonna protect it somehow? Nope. It's gone. And I don't think you can play that from the graveyard. I'm pretty sure that's not how that works. Okay, so we're gonna get a mountain. That's scary. But we have burned down the house. If we can manage to burn down the house... Ooh. Okay, he's still got a counter spell that can counter planeswalkers, right? Try Disruption, Test of Talents. We want to get that Test of Talents out of his hand so that we can burn down the house. How are we going to do that? Shatter Skull Smashing for 4, but no, for 6, and then we target 2 of his creatures. That's how we're going to do that. And hopefully we live. We're not going to live through this. It's not going to happen. We simply don't have enough mana to live through it. Yup. There's that. Auto pay, and it's a crap ton of mana. But that's what we have to do, kind of. We could have got rid of this for 2, and then had enough mana to cast Cathartic Pyre. He's just going to counter this, so... Yep. Alright, so that's game. Okay, so we didn't have a lot of misplays. We might have had a couple misplays here and there, but I think that all in all, he's got a pretty solid concept for a deck. And my deck, like, there was just a couple things that I missed. I missed out on, like, the Valky at a very, like, important moment in time that would have made a big difference. I missed out on like Valkying when I did, I should have been able to turn Valky into that other creature, even though he would have just, because it went back to his hand. So it was just like I was just out of sync with just a couple plays that I think that we could probably work it into a malleable strategy rather than just like whatever was happening with the deck. I think that most of the deck worked. Was there anything that didn't work in that deck? Let's see. Um, what didn't work with the deck? We ended up discarding a lot of Play with Fire and Bloodchief's Thirst because they didn't come in handy. Oh, this guy probably wouldn't be very good. Soul Shatter didn't turn out to be very good in that deck. It could have. It could have been good if he didn't have so many counter spells. I mean, what can you do against a counter spell deck, really? Like, they're just going to counter your spells. Like, the only thing that's good against a counter spell is playing more cards than your opponent, like outdrawing your opponent. So maybe if we had more card draw, but that's a scarce thing in red black, right? Let's look at our card draw. Red black. Village Rites is not very effective in a deck like this. What else could be card draw? Yeah, there's just not a lot of good card draw for black. There's a really cool creature, like this guy is really cool. He only triggers once a turn, but you can do it on your opponent's turn too, and you could be killing your opponent's creatures and getting it to trigger. But yeah, I think Cathartic Pyre helped us in that we were able to draw cards and find things, but what it didn't do is give us card advantage. This is anti-card advantage. So what we need is card advantage. This one draws the cards and lose your life. That would actually work in a deck like this because it's a Planeswalker, it's more control. I think this works. So would Liliana. Let's go ahead and find Liliana. Liliana, where are you? Onyx. Oh, it's Onyx. Professor Onyx. And she's a card I don't own, but we're going to go ahead and craft her. Okay, so Professor Onyx is a really good include for this deck. She's 6. That's a lot of mana. Burn Down the House didn't work the way we wanted it to. It should have, but counter spells again. So I think that maybe we keep Burn Down the House. We keep Meat Hook. Those are our Wrath spells that we like. We're keeping them. We're keeping all of our Shatter Skull Smashing. These are all cards that actually would have been good if he didn't have so many gosh darn counter spells. Here's some stuff that like maybe we don't need an Immersturm Predator. Maybe that's not as important. Maybe we don't need. Let's see. Let's look at our 2-drops. We seem to be playing a lot of 2-drops. Maybe we don't need this bloodthirsty adversary. I don't think we do. I don't think we need that. It's cute to be able to like recast a Soul Shatter with it, but I don't think we needed it. Soul Shatter actually did underperform quite a bit. I liked Sedgemoor Witch. It was like all the aggro we needed in a control deck. So like a good solid mid-range card right there. We didn't get to see this. We didn't get to see this, so it's hard to say. I think this is really cool with Sedgemoor Witch. So cards that play off of good cards that are already good in our deck, I think are better, whereas this card doesn't really play off of anything. So we get rid of Soul Shatter, at least one of them, and then we consider maybe playing more of what we've already got, because I think that like adding Professor Onyx is cool. Adding the Spider Queen could be cool. And then getting to play some of this other stuff we didn't really get to play, that would be nice. Card draw. Did we add more card draw by adding these Planeswalkers? Yes, I think so. Could we add more card draw somehow? Gosh, I don't know. Like, really, like, what other card draw could we put in here? We could play, like, artifacts that draw us cards. I don't know if that'd really work. This card draws you cards? Yeah. Whenever a berserker attacks. No, we don't have. This is like a weird aggro draw card. That would actually be neat in our aggro deck. Yeah. Except we don't have a lot of berserkers. We'd have to reformat the deck to include more berserkers. And then it would just be making a berserker deck. It would just be a berserker themed deck. Maybe we do that sometime. Check it out, see how it works. See if a berserker deck is actually like worth investigating. Probably got all the cards I need for it. Except I would need a fourth one of these, which I definitely don't want to invest in. What else can we draw cards with? So there's this guy, Cosmos Elixir. That is one hell of a card right there. Super great in like almost any. Let's go ahead and add one. Just one elixir. And then we can get rid of another Soul Shatter. And that might save our butts right there. Yeah, that's a card draw, but great cost. Too costly. Okay, I think we've played enough today. Next time we play, maybe I'll do another quick draft. We had a lot of success last game with that. Won some nice tokenage. Gems. Almost 7,000 gems. That's pretty nice. And I'd like to do a premiere draft, but I'd like to have company for that. So I invite my buddies, you know, if you're watching these videos, I invite you to reach out and we'll do a multiplayer draft where you guys can, we'll have more discussion and it'll be fun. Make more jokes, talk about stuff that's interesting to the viewers. My two viewers now. I got two viewers, or well, no, not at the same time, but I got two followers, I think. One viewer right now, but two followers. I don't know if he's actually viewing me. What's the chat say? Because it is stupid fun. Oh, okay. When? Now? Question mark. I don't have an EDH. He calls it EDH. He still calls it EDH. What an old schooler. What a boomer. Am I right? Boomer. Plays EDH. Do your kids call you boomer? Tinfoil tiger? Okay, we don't have any EDH decks yet. All decks, what would it'd be Brawl. That's what they call it. Oh, we have a Brawl deck. Is this really a Brawl deck? Did I make this? It's kind of neat. You know what I'd rather do is make a Brawl deck with that Planeswalker I just got. That's an aggro Planeswalker. I really like that idea. Let's do that. Aggro Planeswalker. Boom. Archduke of Avernus. Archduke. What's her story? Is it? Yeah, it's a she. What even is she? Is she a vampire elf thing? What the heck is she? Zariel. I'm gonna have to look her up. Check her out. Do it to it. Okay, so let's add some cards that we really like already. We're gonna add our goblins. We're gonna add Shock. We're gonna add this guy. We liked her. We like this goblin. We're gonna add. What are we gonna add? What? Let's add a Spikefield Hazard. Let's add. Dragon's Fire's nice. Curse of the Shaken Faith. Whenever an enchanted player casts a spell other than the first spell they cast each turn, the enchanted player. Curse of the Shaken deals 2 damage to them. That's 2 damage whenever they cast the second spell. Right? Yeah. 2 mana. Why not? That could come in real handy. Let's see. What else? What else? Do I have any like really good cheap vampires? I mean, that's really good, but I thought there was others. Like really good, like 1-drop vampires. Um, is it this one? Just go to sacrifice a vampire, draw 2 cards. Only if an opponent lost life. I like it. We're going to put it in, and we're going to look for more vampires to put in. Let's look at cards not collected as well, just in case. It's going to be a vampire goblin deck. It's going to be so cool. You'll see. You'll see. Cathartic Pyre we're putting in. Burning Hands. 2 damage to target creature or planeswalker permanent is green. It's too specific. We're not going to do that. Here's a vampire. First strike as long as it's attacking. Kind of fun. You can pump it up. Too much mana to do it, though. Skip that. What was that other card that we just saw? It's equipped. Oh, I think I've seen that card played somewhere. No. Giant's Fury. It attacks, deal 1 damage to defending player. That's kind of neat, but I think we need something a little bit more heavy hitting. No. Skipping ahead. I like this Kargan Intimidator, but we're not playing a Warriors deck. You like how I did that? Like I'm playing a Vampire Goblin deck, but no Warriors. Get them Warriors out of here. Oh, there's a Warrior right there. And then so what does this put? It puts Devils into play. Which reminds me, we're going to be putting some Devils in this deck. You know it. You know it. Roiling Vortex. Deals 1 damage to them each upkeep, and then whenever a player casts a spell, if no mana was cast, deals 5 damage to that player. Too specific. This is a fun card. That could go in almost any spells deck. No, too specific. Going full aggro. Come on, more aggro. Where's all the aggro cards? Where all damn aggro cards is at? I can't hear you. No. Destroy an artifact or exile top 3 cards of opponent's library. Choose one of them until your next turn. You may play that card. Spend mana until already mana to cast it. Why would I do that? It seems weird. I don't know what's in my opponent's deck, but I'm gonna cast it. Demon Bolt's great. Flame Skull. Can't block. 3/1 flying. When it dies, exile it. If you do, exile the top card of your library until the next turn. You might play one of those cards. Can't play the other card and vice versa. What? What? You can't play the other card. That seems really weird. You can't play the other card. What other card? What is it talking about? I don't care. Geist Flame Reservoir. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery, put a charge counter on it. Remove any number of charge counters, deals that much damage to any target. Cool. Exile the top card of your library, may play it. That's kind of neat. I don't know if it's worth investing in, but I kind of like the concept. Maybe it's a little bit mana intensive. Maybe not, though, because it's only 3 to play and then 2 to activate. And then you just get counters as you cast spells. It's kind of neat. This does nothing in a Brawl deck, right? Yeah, I like this one. Oh, but you can't play... You actually can't put anything in your sideboard in a Brawl deck. That's dumb, right? Super dumb. Okay, we're definitely playing this. Definitely playing this. Magic Missile, I like. Yeah, let's put Magic Missile in. Moonraker Slash, I like it. Minotaur. Hurloon Minotaur. This might be like the oldest card, right? It's so old. Known for the love of battle. They're also known for the hymns of the dead. Sung for friend and foe alike. These hymns could last for days, filling the mountain valleys with their low haunting sounds. Dum, under the mountain I come. Dum diddy dum dum. Right? Is that how that song goes? Sing it! Sing it with me! Enters the battlefield. If opponent lost life, deals X damage to one target creature or planeswalker. X and vampires you control. No, I don't know. Not enough vampires. Beginning combat any turn creature gets kind of neat. Any creature at the beginning of combat, so it just automatically triggers every combat. Something gets +1. Kind of neat card. Is it holding a beating heart? I don't understand. Doesn't it look like it's holding a heart, but it's like it's barely holding it. It's not like really holding it. It's just barely. I don't like any of these cards for the deck, the Brawl deck. Let's see here. Moonveil Reagan is cool, but I don't want to invest in it just now. We can put this guy in since we are playing a Goblin deck. We're going to be putting more Goblins in. This is a Wrath spell, sort of. Deals X damage, where X is the exiled mana card's value. Or card's mana value. Creature dealt the damage in this die, exile it instead, and then exile this card. Exile an instant or sorcery from your graveyard. It has to be in your graveyard, and it deals that much damage. I don't know if that would actually work. I mean, it would work in a spells deck, absolutely. But would it work in a deck? Oh, this card's great. Wild Mage, so great. One of the best red cards. That should go in my aggro deck. Shoot. Gotta put that in my aggro deck. God damn. Chaos Channeler. You may play it this turn. You may play them this turn. You may play them this turn. Exile top 3 cards. Whenever it attacks, roll a 20. Okay. Whenever it attacks. So sometimes you're playing the top card, sometimes you're playing the top 2 cards. I don't think I like that very much. Human Shaman, you put shame to yourself. Here's another vampire. This is an ogre, not a goblin, but pretty cool card. I might play that. There's that card. Burn down the house. This is a neat card. Sunstreak Phoenix, night or day. Whenever day becomes night, night becomes day. Yeah, I like that. I'll put that in. We've already got like a Moonrager slash. Okay, we're definitely putting Goldspan Dragon, obviously. We're at 45 cards. We're doing really good here. This isn't going to work because of Learn. Cast it, Learn. Yeah, that's not going to work. Okay. This one's cool. Opponents can't gain life, and then at the beginning of your upkeep, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. Only triggers if this is on the battlefield or if it's in your graveyard and you control a giant. Pretty cool stuff. But when it attacks, this is also a giant. Okay. It deals damage equal to sacrifice a creature's power to any target. You have to sacrifice a creature to do that. Dealt damage, venture into the dungeon. 7/3. Giant Barbarian. Interesting card. Weird, but interesting. Herm. Return it to its owner's hand when it dies. Okay. Meteor Storm. I like that card. X targets, yeah. So it can deal 8 damage to one target for 4 mana, or it can deal 8 damage divided amongst 2 creatures for 5 mana. I like that. It's almost as good as Shatter Skull Smashing. Maybe it's better. Hard to say, really. Light Up the Night. Deals X damage to any target. Oh yeah, we looked at this. And we liked it, so we're going to put that in. That'll go great in a Historic Chandra deck, right? I think so. Crackle with Power. That's cool. Let's put that in. Yeah, let's put in Inferno of Star Mounts. Why not? Why wouldn't you put that card in? I mean, 6 mana haste can't be countered flying. Yikes! Also can't be countered Inescapable Blaze. Are we having enough mana to support cards like this? Are we doing this? This is a mono red deck. I think we could probably manage to accommodate a card like this. Red Dragon, also a great card. 6 mana, 4/4 flying, but it deals 4 damage to each opponent when it enters the battlefield, not every time it attacks. So I don't know if it's as good as I want it to be. 5 damage to any target and 3 damage to any other target for 8 mana. Too much mana. That's over the top. 6 mana I can deal with. 8, too much. Let's look at artifacts. Okay, so we can do snow. Why not? Let's do snow. We don't have to worry about too much variation. It's a monocolor deck, so snow makes sense. And we can also get away with playing one of these because like we only have one color to play. We don't have a lot of legendary, do we? So that's a legendary, but I wouldn't want to be paying 4 mana to tap this guy just to venture into the dungeon. No, thank you. That might be our only legendary creature, huh? Yeah, that card is dumb in this deck. We don't need Evolving Wilds. We might need Field of Ruin. Put one of those in. I kind of like this, but I also kind of don't care about this. Target creature with power 3 or greater can't be blocked this turn. Let's go ahead and put that in. That could really come in handy, I think, in a deck like this. Yeah. Let's see here. There's a land this one. Every time you cast an instant or sorcery, put a counter on a creature. You just tap it to do that. That's pretty cool, right? All right. What other artifacts? One thing I wanted to do, since we were playing Creature Types Matter, I want to put in a Maskwood Nexus. This is not an aggro card, but it is a creature generator that I think that like this would pull you out of jam in a lot of certain scenarios. So I'm going to go ahead and include that. You know what? I totally thought that I unpacked one of these cards in an unpacking video, but I guess I didn't. Might have been a fluke of the mind. Yeah, I don't see anything else that really goes well into a main deck. There's some good sideboard cards there, but I don't think that really counts. Okay, so since we're playing snow, or we will be playing snow, let's look at the red snow cards and put in Frostbite. That'll be great. And that's the only red snow card that is great to play with. But we're playing it for Faceless Haven, and we're playing it for that one other card. That's it. That's all. Okay, but 18 mountains, I mean, come on. That's plenty. We're going to have plenty of snow. Other great cards. I like this card. It's cool. I like that you can equip it for 4. No, equip it in play, and it's got flash. It's kind of cool. If the creature has first strike, then it's even cooler. Or if the creature is like this, and then when it dies, it deals damage, that's also very cool. There's a goblin artifact. It puts a goblin in play, and then you also... This one. Goblin Morningstar. That's worth playing. I wish there was more vampires. I thought that there was more vampires. Vamp. That I owned, or maybe they're like multicolored. They're probably multicolored. Yeah. Some of the better ones are probably in black. Yeah, probably. That's the case. This guy's got first strike if he's attacking. Kind of makes it good, but also nah. What else? What else can we put in this deck to finish it off? I don't know. I wish I had some suggestions from our viewers. Nope, he walked away. I don't think he's... He says he's still viewing. What's going on, man? Give me some input. Sometimes the Twitcher's got to have some help, right? This guy makes dragons with boast. That's pretty cool. Let's put him in. This guy, whenever he attacks, I can discard a card and draw a card for 1 mana, and then I can, whenever I discard a card, I can exile one of them from the graveyard, and if I do, I may cast it. That's pretty cool. I think he's worth playing. 2 mana for a 2/2 that does something. That's my speed, man. That's my jam. Anything else? We're at 58. We're so close. We're so close. 58 cards. We were talking about Magma Channeler. Do we have enough instants and sorceries in this deck? We kind of want a lot. 9 and 6. That's 15. Is that enough? Where'd it go? Oh, okay. If I'm adding this as a creature, then it doesn't seem like it is enough. If this were a sorcery that puts a token into play that does all this, then it'd be cool, right? And then that kind of begs the question, is Smoldering Egg good in this deck? Is it good enough? Do we have enough instants and sorceries? I think we just need to find more instants and sorceries to put in the deck, because right now we're at 14 creatures. Either we go creature heavy, or we find more instants and sorceries, like removal spells, like Thundering Rebuke, 4 damage to something. That's pretty cool. Do we have something that deals 5? 4 is enough, right? This is the format of 4 toughness creatures. It is sorcery speed, but I'm caring a lot less about that right now. I'm caring more about just removal, I guess. 2 damage to each creature, and then exile them. I don't think we want to be dealing damage to each creature. Yeah, exile. When you do exile top card over the library. I don't get this card at all. I don't understand it at all. This would be great for this deck, but I don't think I want to invest in it. Should we be making goblin tokens with a goblin token spell? Or should we... Oh, here's a goblin I forgot to put in. Yep, okay, so that makes the deck. Yeah, that's fun. Okay, I like it. Goblin Construct. Only enter the battlefield under your control, so that's the only time that counts. Okay. I think that's our deck. It's dumb, and it might be playing too many lands, but look at that curve. It's so perfect. Let's keep it. Brawl time. Let's call it Tinfoil Brawl. Tinfoil Brawl. Because we're going to be playing this against Tinfoil Tiger if he ever gets back to me. And then we could also play this one, but I don't think this one's any good. I mean, I'd probably just built this quickly for like a midweek magic, and I barely made it out with some wins. I think I was trying to make I was trying to make a dungeon deck, and it just sucked. Big time. I don't know how this is a dungeon deck. Barely any dungeon cards in here. Except for Dungeon Descent. There's some legendary cards in here, I think. I don't know. I don't know anymore. Anyway, yeah, I don't think this card or this deck is very good. But it was fun making it probably when I made it. I think a mono green deck would be good for Brawl. I also think that I don't think a green red deck would be very good for Brawl, but a black red, like what we made already, but we could put all the best control and all the best aggro in it. It would be just like the deck we just made, except it would have black in it. That would be a good deck, right? Sure. Has access to a lot of sagas and levels. Probably. Yeah. Yeah. That'd be a weird deck. Sagas and classes. Let's see. Let's look at all of the sagas and classes that we could be playing. Oh, I have to, yeah, I have to pick a red-black card. It's going to be this card, right? No. No, red-black. Red-black. Red, black. Red, black, multicolored deck. Um, what's this? At the beginning of post comment, look at the top X cards where X is the total amount of life your opponent's lost this turn. It's a vampire. Could make a vampire deck. Vampire rogue. Yeah, we can make a party deck. This one costs less for each creature in your party. That's kind of cool. So you can cast it early. That'd make a cool brawl deck, I think. What's better than having a party deck themed after... let's look at all the party cards. Party town. Let's just add them all. All the party cards. Oh, we already... Yeah. Can't add that too, can we? Zagras. All the party cards. And then this also. Look at that. All the party cards. And now let's look at all the cards that say, like, Warrior. Warrior cards. What are the best warrior cards out there? Puts warriors into play. That's a warrior. That's a great warrior. There's a great warrior that works with other warriors. It's a great warrior. Vampire warrior. Sweet. Vampire warrior. Orc warrior. Oh, that's a cool warrior. Right? That's a warrior? That's cool. Yeah, play that card. Definitely. Play this card. Definitely. Man, we're already almost done with this deck. Look how quick we were with that. Okay, so now let's look at rogues. Rogue cards. We already got that guy in there. Ooh, that's a good rogue. That's a good rogue. Um, um, Where's all the good rogues? Yeah, that's a good rogue. We're not playing goblins. This is all about rogues and whatnots. Yeah, okay. There's rogue. And then now we're going wizard. Wizards of the Coast. There's a wizard that does that. Where's the other good wizards? Wizard spells. I don't know what I want to put in for wizards. I don't know if I like any of these wizards. Oh, that's kind of neat, isn't it? Remove flame counter. Whenever he casts a spell that deals damage. No, not good. Does one damage to any target whenever you cast a thing. No, I don't like these wizards. We're gonna have to be a low on the wizard count, I guess. Okay, no wizards. Now we're going for wizards and not warriors, not rogues, but clerics. Gonna be a lot of black clerics, right? That's a good cleric. That's an interesting one, but that's about humans. I don't know how many humans I have in this deck. 5 humans. Is that enough? No, probably not. Okay, that works with clerics. Let's do that one. I don't think we're going to play snow with this one. So let's see, what other kind of clerics do we got here? Not sure. It's a neat card. I think, yeah, let's put that in. Let's do it. Let's have fun with that. Zombies. You control, get +1. Yeah, let's do that. I like that one. There's no red clerics. Not a single red cleric. Wow. It's pretty Pretty crazy, right? Flying Death Touch Haste. That's a lot of things. That's all the clerics I think I want. So now that I've done all the party members, let's look at changelings. That's a changeling. That's a changeling. And those count as parties. Okay, cool. So I've gotten all of the party stuff. All the party stuff. Look at all those crazy party dudes. And now we are going to fancy ourselves up with Beholder creature. What are we gonna do now? What should we do? These are all like creature type stuff. So let's add some removals and whatnots. Or better yet, let's add some dual colored cards that will help us out. On all these lands, all the dual lands we can get. And then let's see. That's a really cool card. This one puts a Demon Berserker into play. I like that. Vampire Noble. When it enters the battlefield, opponent's life on each other vampire you control. Each other vampire you control enters the battlefield. That's complicated. This one returns creatures from the graveyard. That one could be useful. So does this. So I like that one too. This one's a good solid card by itself, I think. But only if you getting a lot of treasure tokens. You may play the exile cards. Lost life this turn. Let's try him out. He could be good. Worth trying. And then this is kind of, well, I don't know. We should put that guy in. And we're getting really close. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're definitely putting him in. And then just one more. Wait. Oh, this is creature in your party. Okay. That's why that's in there. We've got all the changeling cards. What are we missing? We're missing like a cool artifact. Probably not. Party Brawl. What time is it? Oh, it's 4. Okay. Okay, cool. Party Brawl. I gotta get going soon. Party Brawl. Okay, so one more card I gotta put in, and it's gotta be good. What's my balance at? Red card. Red card it is. Let's get the best red card. What is it that we're missing from this deck that we really want? That is it a goblin? Do we have too much like? No, we're not. We don't care about goblins right now. We care about like rogues and warriors and wizards and things like that. Maybe we need another wizard. We might have overlooked the wizards because they were weak sauce, but I think maybe we need a wizard, a good wizard. That one's kind of neat. I don't know how often we could be activating them. X is the number of creatures you control that have a creature type in common. Well, that'll work really well if we get our changeling thing going. So that's good. Okay. That's a cool wizard. Yeah, if we have our changeling out and we cast this thing, we could like win the game with that. That's cool. That could be a build around card even. Except that there's too much like creature removal and wrath spells right now. There's just so much. Okay, I think we have our deck. Do we have enough maybe we should add like some colorless lands. And we're not going to go snow this time, so no Faceless Havens. We could play a Hall of Oracles. We definitely play Evolving Wilds. And I like this one. I like the picture of this one. Yeah, Crawling Barrens is good. We're playing our party land. Can't remember where oh yeah, base camp, which is actually pretty bad, but we're playing it anyway. It's so bad. Probably better in like a 5-color deck, but that like no, we're not playing a 5-color deck. Reveal a dragon card, and then you can pick the color. No. think that's it. I think we've got our deck. 8 swamps, 8 mountains, and then a whole bunch of other lands. Oh wait, do we have the destroy a land card? No. Field of Rain? Ruin? We need that one. And if we're adding that, maybe we should add access total. That way we have 7 and 7. Lucky number 7. Okay. Party Brawl. Now we got 3 Brawl decks to test out against Tinfoil Tiger if he wants to actually brawl. Let's see if he... Nope. He must have quit on me. That's fine. I'm excited though. We've got Flux followed me, Peterkin followed me, and Tinfoil Tiger followed me. So that's 3 followers. I don't know if that shows up on Twitch or not, but I'm excited. First time chat from viewer. Just sat down. Cool. First time chat. Nice. That's cool. Okay. Well, we're going to log out, and it was fun, but we've spent a lot of time doing this, and this is going to be a long video, so CPU percentage. Oh, okay. That's just, yeah, this is a very long video. So I'm going to call it, and I hope my mic volume is not too high because I just changed it recently, and I think that might affect it, but I'm just blabbing now. So have a good time. I'll see y'all later. Bye-bye now.